We were sitting having an editorial board meeting in London, and Norman Finkelstein, being one of our best-selling and highly respected authors, that news reached us of what was happening in this city. And some of us felt, even from far away, that we should organize an event to defend academic freedom, the basic principles of which seem to have been forgotten, and we approached a number of eminent writers and thinkers who agreed very rapidly, without much persuasion or arm twisting, to participate in such an event, and especially at a time when those who talk about defending academic freedom and organizing meetings up and down campuses are actually trying to curtail this freedom. It becomes extremely important to set our stall out in public and say, this is where we stand and this is what we are going to defend. Now, there are a number of panelists this afternoon. I think it'll be a very rich talk, a very rich event, and you will be asking questions, I hope, and as I'm the chair of this event, I promise you that if you go beyond asking questions, I'll have to curb you quite forcefully. Because I always love it in the United States when the minute a mic goes up, like bees to honey, there's a massive crowd. And it's rare that they actually ask questions. So do be careful today. I would like to, just before we begin, thank all the people who agreed to sponsor this talk. First and foremost, the Jewish Voices for Peace in Chicago, whose support is especially valuable at a time like this, and who demonstrate by their actions and their commitment that there is no such thing as a monolithic Jewish community in the United States or anywhere else. There are different views in this community. I'd like to thank the Center for Middle Eastern Studies, the Center for International Studies, the International House Global Voices Program from the University of Chicago, from DePaul University, the International Studies Program, the Islamic World Studies Program, the Department of Philosophy, the American Friends Service Committee in Chicago, and Committee for a Just Peace in Israel and Palestine. All their help has been gratefully received and very welcome at this time. Now, as you know from the posters and the publicity, Noam Chomsky was going to be with us, and he sends very sincere and heartfelt apologies for not being here today, and the reason is a family tragedy. Carol, Noam's wife, is seriously ill, and he felt at this time he could not leave her. So our sympathies go out to Noam at this time, but he very kindly agreed to send us a message, video message, with which we're going to start the conference, because had Noam been here, he would have spoken first and then left to get back to Boston as soon as he could. So we will start with a video message from Noam Chomsky first, then our distinguished panel will come up and we will start the first panel. After the first panel, we will have some questions, then we will have a 15-minute break, and then we will have a second panel which will concentrate more on the events at DePaul and the issues raised by those events. So without further ado, we start now with a video message from Noam Chomsky.
Sorry that I can't join you for this discussion on academic freedom. Difficult personal circumstances make it impossible for me, to my regret. The immediate reason for this conference, as we all know, is the decision by the DePaul administration to deny tenure to Norman Finkelstein, a remarkable teacher and outstanding scholar, whose work has received the highest praise by some of the most distinguished scholars in the many fields in which he's worked, notably the founder of Holocaust studies and its most respected figure, the late Raoul Hilberg, and also the denial of tenure to another fine scholar, Mehrene Larudee, whose crime appears to have been her honorable support for Finkelstein. I'm not going to review this sordid affair. The basic facts are clear enough in easily accessible sources. Instead, what I'd like to do is say a few words about the general background for the ongoing assault on academic freedom. Perhaps a good place to start is with an observation by a prominent University of Chicago professor, Hans Morgenthau, who's one of the founders of the realist school of international relations. He condemned the intellectual classes for what he called our conformist subservience to those in power. Power comes in many forms. Typically it's state or economic power, although one should not ignore the power of the defamation industries and depraved individuals associated with them who can lie and slander and vilify with impunity, thanks to the media that tolerate and even encourage such behavior. The assault on academic freedom is broad, but it has specifically targeted Middle East departments and peace studies programs. That makes sense. State power is focused on war in the Middle East, so impediments have to be removed, and conformist subservience to those in power must be assured in these areas. The matter goes far beyond purifying academic institutions of faculty who reveal unwanted truths. Subordination to power can take many other forms. Just to illustrate, I'd like to take one recent case that has elicited a huge public outcry. Have in mind the appearance of Iranian President Ahmadinejad at Columbia University. In the background is the frenzied government media campaign to demonize Iran and its relatively powerless president, the new Hitler, if not worse. Hitlers have been a familiar refrain in the doctrinal system for many years, with changes in the cast of characters depending on current plans for subversion and aggression. The propaganda campaign about alleged Iranian iniquity is accompanied by threats of war that resound across the political spectrum, including every viable Democratic candidate. The threats are a serious violation of the UN Charter, if anyone still cares about these marginalia. The campaign may also lay the basis for future U.S. aggression in the region, probably with even more catastrophic consequences than the invasion of Iraq. Demonization is a conventional preliminary to aggression and therefore is not to be regarded lightly, particularly when it's carried out in an academic setting, which in a free society should be as untainted as possible by the conformist subservience to power that Hans Morgenthau deplored. Before turning to Columbia University's instructive contribution, maybe a few more words about the context would be useful. Wars are almost always defensive wars in the eyes of the perpetrators, at least in their words, as when the original Hitler invaded Poland in self-defense against what he called the wild terror of the Poles. And right now the ground is being prepared for a war of self-defense against Iran. in a manner which tells us quite a lot about the dominant intellectual and moral culture. So speaking for a very large segment of articulate opinion, the editors of the Washington Post thundered that Iran is waging war against the United States and trying to kill as many American soldiers as possible, so we must fight back. What's Iran's aggression? Iran's aggression is its alleged support for Iraqis resisting U.S. invasion, occupation, and virtual destruction of their country right on Iran's borders. The propaganda campaign illustrates an important difference between totalitarian and democratic propaganda systems. In totalitarian societies, typically the party line is openly declared, obey it or else. The male fist takes care of the rest. In more democratic societies, that won't work, and accordingly the party line is not articulated, and therefore it's protected from easy refutation. Rather, it's insinuated or presupposed as the framework for debate, and lively debate is then encouraged within that framework. Now, that has a double advantage. First, it makes it appear that the society is free and open. Simply look at the lively debate. But it also instills the party line even more deeply as the precondition for responsible discussion. It's accepted as an unchangeable, unchallengeable reality. It's something like the air you breathe. Well, true to form, the current charges about Iran's crimes do elicit a lively debate between the hawks and the doves. The hawks say we have to bomb them in self-defense in response to their aggression, and the doves respond that the evidence is not yet entirely clear, so we should delay before we obliterate them. By the prevailing logic, Russia would have been justified in bombing the United States in the 1980s, when Washington was quite publicly supporting resistance to the Russian invasion and occupation of Afghanistan. The CIA station chief in Pakistan, Howard Hart, reported that I was the first chief of station ever sent abroad with this wonderful order, go kill Soviet soldiers. Imagine, I loved it. The mission was not to liberate Afghanistan, so Tim Weiner writes in his recent history of the CIA, repeating the obvious, but it was noble anyway, he says. Presumably the nobility included the support for Reagan's favorites, who amused themselves by such acts as throwing acid in the faces of women in Kabul that they regarded as too liberated, and after the withdrawal of the Russian forces, turned to tearing the country to shreds, creating such havoc and terror that the population actually welcomed the Taliban. So killing Russian invaders and supporting crazed Islamic fundamentalist murderers, that was noble. But providing aid to forces resisting the U.S. invasion would be a shocking crime which justifies military action and self-defense. And that stand is arguable on the tacit assumption that the U.S. owns the world. So a U.S. invasion is, by definition, right and just. It may be costly, it may be a mistake, it may be a quagmire, but it cannot be criminal, like comparable acts by enemies. Withdraw the assumption that the U.S. owns the world, and the entire debate about Iranian interference in occupied Iraq is simply ludicrous. Demonization as a preliminary to violence is standard operating procedure for good reasons. The primary reason is that the population is generally opposed to the war and has to be whipped into hysteria about the ultimate evil that's threatening our existence. In this case, that's not so easy. So the propaganda efforts must be fierce. 75% of Americans are opposed to even threats against Iran and prefer entering into normal relations. Roughly the same percentage believe that Iran has the right to nuclear energy, and call for a nuclear weapons-free zone in the entire region. That would include Iran and Israel. It's an idea that's virtually unmentionable in respectable society. Probably few of the respondents in polls are likely to know it, but they're actually endorsing a UN Security Council Resolution 687 of April 1991, to which Washington regularly appealed, though selectively, in its efforts to justify the invasion of Iraq. The resolution calls for, quoting it, establishing in the Middle East a zone free from weapons of mass destruction and all missiles for their delivery. Rather interestingly, Iranians and Americans are almost in complete agreement on these matters and in radical opposition to the government and articulate opinion in the United States. Okay, with that background, let's turn to Columbia University's contribution. Columbia University President Lee Bollinger introduced Ahmadinejad with a tirade that has no precedent that I can think of. Bollinger adopted without question the charge that Iran has committed the shocking crime of supporting resistance to U.S. aggression on its borders. Therefore, he accepted routinely the tacit premise that the United States owns the world. And he went on with the familiar refrain that's been trumpeted through the loyal media, which I won't repeat. The most apt comment I've seen on this performance was in Asia, in the journal Asia Times, which I quoted, that said, an even more appalling measure of Western arrogance is the diatribe with which the president of Columbia University, Lee Bollinger, chose to greet his guest, a head of state. Were President Bush to be greeted in the same manner in any university in the developing world, the Pentagon would have instantly switched to let's bomb them mode, let's bomb them with democracy mode, to which we may add that Bush's crimes vastly exceed anything attributed to Ahmadinejad by a huge margin, in fact. The hysteria has its comical aspects, or what would be comical if it were not so serious. Since Ahmadinejad kept from being too offensive, the media and commentators leaped on his silly statement about homosexuality in Iran that deeply offended Westerners who have such a stellar record in defending gay rights ever since gaining independence centuries ago. So who can imagine, for example, that President Bush would have been governor of a state that outlawed sodomy? And there's actually a lot more to say. Since we're concentrating on universities, we might recall the murder of the very distinguished mathematician and computer scientist Alan Turing by the British government, which forced him to undergo hormone therapy to cure his disease of homosexuality, leading to suicide. That year was 1953, which has a certain significance in U.S.-British-Iranian relations, not forgotten in Iran. It's worth remembering the reaction in the media and at Columbia University to the events of that important year in which the United States and Britain instigated a coup to overthrow the Iranian parliamentary system, imposing the iron rule of a brutal tyrant and torturer, the Shah. The New York Times editors were full of praise for the achievement. In their words, underdeveloped countries with rich resources now have an object lesson in the heavy cost that must be paid by one of their number, which goes berserk with fanatical nationalism, seeking to control their own resources. Columbia University played its part by inviting the Shah to deliver the university's 1955 Gabriel Silver lecture dedicated to international peace, also granting him an honorary degree. In his lecture, the Shah urged that we must be strong enough internally and externally so that the temptation of subversion from within, supported from without, can be obliterated. The New York Times reported the lecture an honorary degree, but without embarrassment. The headline reads, Shah praises U.S. for peace policy. Iran's ruler calls on West to bolster independent nations, as the U.S. and Britain had just done with such grace and nobility in the Shah's country. Colombia's delicate taste with regard to visiting dignitaries was revealed again when Pakistan's military dictator, Pervez Musharraf, visited recently. His country, of course, not only developed nuclear weapons and refused to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but also provides refuge to the world's champion proliferator, Abdul Qadir Khan, who did more damage in 10 years than any country did in the first 50 years of the nuclear age, quoting James Walsh, executive director of Harvard's Managing the Atom Project. President Bollinger opened his fulsome welcome by saying, rarely do we have an opportunity such as this to greet a figure of such central and global importance. It is with great gratitude and excitement that I welcome President Musharraf and his wife to Columbia University. And Mr. President, as you share your thoughts and insights, you will give our students, the leaders of tomorrow, first-hand knowledge of the world their generation will inherit. Maybe truer than you intended. President Musharraf, we thank you for being with us today, and we welcome you to Columbia University. To enhance the imagery, while Bollinger was once again conforming to state doctrine by berating Ahmadinejad, Musharraf's riot police were firing tear gas and beating lawyers and human rights activists, protesting Musharraf's plans to have himself reelected while serving as chief of the military, blocking any viable alternative candidate. A few hours before Ahmadinejad arrived at Columbia, the university welcomed another distinguished figure, the president of Turkmenistan, another vibrant democracy with a stellar human rights record and plenty of natural gas, which the U.S. covets. That's just a sample, but it's perhaps enough to remind us that conformist subservience to power takes many forms in the academic world. Denial or withdrawal of tenure is only one. The current assault on academic freedom traces back to the activism of the 1960s and the elite reaction to it. This time of troubles, as it's called, had a dangerous civilizing effect on American society and culture in quite a few domains. Civil and human rights, opposition to criminal aggression, concern for the environment, critical analysis of dominant institutions and ideology, and plenty more. And that aroused deep concern and elicited a backlash that has taken many forms and continues today. A good indication of how the problems were perceived is given in a 1975 publication of the Trilateral Commission called The Crisis of Democracy. It should be borne in mind that this is a view from the liberal internationalist end of the political spectrum. So the Carter administration was largely drawn from the ranks of the Commission. The crisis of democracy that troubled the liberal internationalist commentators was that 1960s activism was making the country too democratic. It was mobilizing formerly passive special interests to enter the political arena to advance their concerns. These dangerous special interests were women, the young, the elderly, working people, minorities, majorities, in simple terms, the population. And the Commission called for more moderation in democracy, overcoming the excess of democracy in the 60s. The reason was so that the natural rulers would not be disturbed by ignorant and meddlesome outsiders, the population, borrowing the phrase used earlier by Walter Lippmann, the leading public intellectual of the 20th century, expressing the same rather conventional thoughts. One specific concern of the Commission was what they called the institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young, the schools, the universities, churches, and the like. They were not carrying out this task with sufficient rigor, and therefore they must act vigorously to inhibit the freedom and opportunity they were providing for independent thought. That's the liberal end of the spectrum. At the other end, we have today the attack by statist reactionaries who are outraged by what they call the liberal bias that subjects conservative students to punishment and instills anti-American, pro-Palestinian, and other left-liberal dogma, quoting press commentary. The press also reports that Congress is taking the first steps towards pressuring colleges to maintain ideological balance in the classroom. These are claims that scarcely merit ridicule in light of the realities of the academic world. The attack, however, is quite real. The press also reports that the House of Representatives unanimously passed a bill that would require university international studies departments to show more support for American foreign policy or risk their federal funding. The resolution, the unanimous resolution, was aimed particularly at Middle East programs, which, as I mentioned, are the main targets, along with peace studies programs. The late Baruch Kimmerling, one of Israel's leading scholars, warned of the dangerous consequences of what he called this assault on academic freedom by a coalition of neocons and zealous Jewish students supported by some Jewish mainstream organizations inspired by David Horowitz's crusade. The title of his essay was, "Can a Patriotic Mob Take Over the Universities?" The article by this distinguished Israeli scholar was rejected by the Chronicle of Higher Education. Writing in the London Review of Books, Harvard University Middle East scholar Sarah Roy quotes Horowitz's attack on 250 peace study programs in the United States, which she quotes Horowitz, teach students to identify with America's terrorist enemies and to identify America as a great Satan, oppressing the world's poor and causing them to go hungry. The question is, how long can a nation at war with ruthless enemies like bin Laden and Zarqawi survive if its educational institutions continue to be suborned in this way? Well, it's pointless to debate such lunacy, but it's wrong to disregard it. The goal of the statist reactionaries is not to tell the truth. They know this is perfect nonsense as well as we do, but the goal is to extend the range of admissible options, extend it towards the repressive authoritarian end of the spectrum. And it's entirely understandable that Middle East departments and peace study programs should be the primary targets. Peace studies are inherently subversive if they're at all serious. And Middle East departments might expose the truth about the region and about U.S. policies there, as Noam Finkelstein has done with scrupulous documentation and penetrating analysis. Truth poses a serious barrier to the policies carried out by state power and supported by all too many among the educated classes, whether it's invading Iraq to establish a client state and a base for U.S. power in the region, or restoring Iran to the happy days under the Shah, or destroying Palestine under the pretext of defense and democracy promotion, or a long series of other crimes. These crimes are likely to extend into the future in the region that President Eisenhower described as the strategically most important area of the world, which contains about 2/3 of the world's energy resources. 60 years ago, the State Department recognized that these resources constitute a stupendous source of strategic power and one of the greatest material prizes in world history. And what is more, they are a lever of world control. It's a matter that's been understood by planners from the early post-war period until the present day. for example, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who wasn't a particular supporter of the Iraq War, nevertheless wrote at its outset that a successful conquest of Iraq would provide the United States with critical leverage over industrial rivals. He was in fact echoing remarks of George Kennan when he was a leading planner right after World War II, and explained that control of Middle East oil, which the U.S. wasn't using, but control over Middle East oil would provide Washington with veto power over allies. The Bush administration understands the point very well. Control over pipelines can provide tools of intimidation and blackmail. Dick Cheney warned. It's controlled by others, that is. The control by us is for the benefit of the world. It's true by definition. Another tacit presupposition that provides the framework for discussion in polite society. The assault on academic freedom has deep roots and ominous portent. It should be resisted with the steadfastness and the courage that has been shown by students of DePaul University, who have courageously and honorably protested its manifestation at their own university. In a free society, there should be zero tolerance for institutions responsible for the indoctrination of the young, or for the rest of the attacks on democracy under the cynical pretext of defending freedom. Thank you.
I think we'd all like to thank Noam for taking out the time to send us this message in times of personal tragedy, and I now ask all the members of the first panel to join me on the platform. Our first speaker this afternoon in person will be Dr. Akeel Bilgrami, Johnsonian Professor of Philosophy at Columbia University, of which you've already heard some talk from Noam Chomsky. So without further ado, Akeel.
Consider this. Jimmy Carter writes in a preface to the paperback edition that nothing he ever said or did in his life prepared him for the vilification he was subjected to when he published his book, Peace Not Apartheid. Now, we cannot forget that Jimmy Carter was the president of a nation whose successive governments seem almost to have built into their dispositions the perpetration of suffering and harm in different parts of the world. And so he could hardly fail to be responsible for many things that greatly deserved the harshest criticism that decent people can summon. To name just a few, he was responsible for increasing military aid to Indonesia at the height of the slaughter in East Timor, for the propping up via Task Force 80 of an utterly brutal regime in Cambodia, at the same time announcing that the US owed no debt whatsoever to Vietnam, and for devising an agreement with Baby Doc Duvalier in which Americans would not accept any Haitian refugees. Yet, by his own assessment, it is the writing of a book after his retirement, a book which speaks with sympathy for the brutalized Palestinian people, that has brought him the most vicious criticism he has ever received. That tells you something of the bizarre state of American public life today. Well, we're right to feel bad for what Jimmy Carter has been through recently, though we can feel a little better for him, even if not for the principles at stake, when we learn that he probably earns some $10,000, probably a whole lot more, every time he speaks on a public occasion. But what shall we feel for Norman Finkelstein, whose academic career has been completely ruined by the same sort of vilification for much the same sort of reason, and is unlikely to be restored unless some university decides to make its reputation in the most honorable way that is possible for a university to do in our times, by standing up for an elementary principle that defines academic life, the right of its faculty to do its research and present it to the world without fear of suppression. More specifically, it can do so by now recruiting a man who has produced brilliant and painstaking research and who has been unjustly denied tenure. It is perfectly possible for a university to do this if it wishes to do so, and by doing it, it would gain the admiration and respect of every academic community in the world. We stand and speak this afternoon on the grounds of a university. Is anybody listening? I say it's perfectly possible for a university to do it, and I mean it. It is absurd to think that it requires a special form of heroism for administrators to stand up for academic freedom, and I know this from years of experience at Columbia University. I want to speak a little about Columbia because in the last few years, a lot that we could take for granted there has come under serious threat. Many of you know of the troubles in the Middle East Languages and Culture Department from about 2 or 3 years ago. 2 Arab and 1 Iranian member of that department have been subjected to a form of malicious attack that has nothing to do with intellectual matters and entirely to do with their views on Middle Eastern politics. Things got entirely out of hand when a handful of students, instigated by a range of McCarthyite groups outside the university through publicity in the tabloid press, started to complain about classes given by these faculty members. The university administration capitulated to these pressures and appointed a grievance committee to investigate matters. I'll return in a moment to the deliverances of that committee, but the point I want to immediately make is that this is a new development at Columbia. Nothing of this kind was ever done by any administration before, at least not in the 24 years that I've been at Columbia. Now, a lot of people go around asking, why is it that this never happened at Columbia until 2 or 3 years ago? Why didn't it happen when Edward Said was alive and around? How did he manage to shrug off this sort of controversy that besets and beleaguers these other mortals? Why couldn't these students and the McCarthyite groups outside the university, which instigate them, touch him for all the years he taught at Columbia? And there are all sorts of frivolous answers given to that question. Edward Said had more charisma than these other faculty, it was said. He had more charm, more style. He was more handsome. He had better manners. He moved around in more glamorous and well-connected circles. Or it is said that unlike them and more like Chomsky, he formed his reputation with work that is remote from his radical political views, especially in the Middle East. All of this is just irrelevant nonsense. The plain fact is that Said was much harder on students than any of the faculty who are now being attacked for being hard on the pro-Israeli students. And it is also well known that he was beset with the same vilification as they are by many of the same, or at any rate similar groups that are molesting these other faculty. Just like with them, it had also been demanded by some of Columbia's own faculty in public forums, such as the student newspaper, that he be fired because he supported terrorists and because he was in fact himself a man of violence, and so on and on. Why then did he get away with it while his successors with the same views do not? The answer to this has nothing to do with his qualities. It has to do with the simple fact that I've been stressing. Columbia, for years, had a central administration that simply saw it as part of their routine duties to dismiss such demands and such attacks on his or anyone else's freedom as having no part in the life of the university. Time and again, Jonathan Cole, the provost of several years, heard out the faculty making these demands, the petitions and letters and phone calls and harangues by these outside groups, and then he quietly did what any administrator should do. tell them that the university has a duty to protect the right of its faculty to write and say what their thinking and research leads them to conclude. He did not present or even see what he did as a triumph of principle. These were his duties, and he was just being dutiful. You might ask, and he was asked, wouldn't his support for Said's basic rights as an intellectual in the employment of the university have inhibited donations? His response was memorable. I checked the budget records, he said, and the alumni who made the loudest noise demanding the firing of Said, well, the next penny they give us would be the first penny they give us. It's perfectly well known that there are donors who would be just as horrified by the surrender by the administration to outside political pressures that threaten freedom of inquiry as there are donors who would like to threaten such freedom. And Columbia, in fact, raised a huge amount of money during the 90s, larger than any time in the recent past, and it is in this very period when Edward Said was most under attack and when the administration calmly stood by him without flinching. I'm sorry to sound like a granny appealing to mere common sense, and I don't want to deny that the issues involved are not important or even complex, but I do want to insist that they do not require of an administrator anything more than the doing of one's simple duties. Of course, with the appropriate tact and reassuring rhetoric, but no special gallantry is needed. False problems thrive when one puts aside one's routines of duty out of a false sense of fear and doom that is generated by the enemies of academic freedom. If administrators don't have their eye on subsequent careers in Washington, D.C., or some other grander public sphere than the academy, all they need is a sensible commitment to doing what is required to run the academy according to its familiar principles. And if they do this and explain this to the public with the requisite tact anybody in that position must possess, they can avoid all the trouble that the enemies of academic freedom would have them believe is around the corner. What then are and what have been the threats to academic freedom at Columbia? They're no different from the threats at DePaul, except in detail. Within the university, some faculty, a fractional minority, and some students, also a fractional minority, had charged 2 or 3 scholars of the Middle East for showing no balance in the views they express in classrooms and intimidating Jewish students who criticized their professors' views. Outside the university, the tabloid press and groups such as David's Project unleashed a campaign against these teachers, charging them with anti-Semitism. As I said, the university took these charges seriously, which was fair enough, but then appointed a special grievance committee to investigate the matter. The wisdom of that move is questionable, since no such committee would be appointed if creationists demanded that there's no balance in the science classes or claimed that the professors emulating bully boys like Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins are too harsh and dismissive of opposing points of view. But whatever one thinks of that appointment of that committee, its report revealed some things that very much needed to be put into the air. First of all, the committee made it absolutely and explicitly clear that there was no anti-Semitism at Columbia. Second, it put on record that all sorts of people who were not students at Columbia, but who were in some loose way affiliated with the outside pro-Israeli groups which were monitoring these faculty, were showing up in classes given by Professor Joseph Massad, one of the allegedly offending faculty, and voicing constant criticism of the claims and arguments he was presenting. Third, it said that it was not the committee's business or anyone else's, but the experts in the field that Columbia had recruited to decide what should and should not be taught in the classes, so it was not the committee's business to pass judgment about what is and is not balanced. It also made clear that according to many students, Massad was a popular and excellent teacher with no particular tendency to be harsh and hostile. Having said all this, the committee nevertheless concluded on the basis of inconclusive evidence, that is, on the testimony of a few students, that one remark Massad made in one of his classes, which Massad denies having made and other students deny having heard, breached classroom protocols. This was the alleged remark I believe, to a student who had denied that Israel was implicated in the Shatila massacre. He said, apparently, if you hold such obviously false views, you should leave the class. A remark which apparently did not bring about the effect of the student actually leaving the class. This was the only indictment in the entire report, one professor making one unsuitable remark in one session of a class. And even if it is true that the alleged remark was made, and even if one grants that it was inappropriate to make it in a class, one may also surely conclude that the remark made in the context of constant heckling by non-students planted there by disruptive campus watch groups with specific political agendas was more a sign of exasperation than intimidation. But let's turn to the two main issues raised by the agitation. In response to one charge, everyone had declared, students and faculty alike, that there's no anti-Semitism at Columbia. And the fact is that though their rhetoric pretends otherwise, this is perfectly well known to the outside agitators as well. There's only one inference to draw. They are not interested at all in anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism, where it exists, is, of course, a very serious problem. But they don't particularly care about it. They only care about blocking any and all criticism of Israeli government policy towards the Palestinians. That is what their function is. In fact, I wager that if there was a thoroughly anti-Semitic group which for blatantly instrumental political reasons was pro-Israel, these agitators would take no notice of them at all. This is obvious too in the agitation's demand that there be balance of views presented in the classroom. The Israeli government's point of view must be presented on every substantive issue in the study of contemporary politics in the Middle East as one rightful point of view, even when all scholarly conviction speaks against it being right. And in this demand for balance, I'm sorry to say, they were joined by some faculty at Columbia, including the highest level in the administration. The issues surrounding this notion of balance in pedagogy are so straightforward that anybody with even the most basic grasp of what intellectual inquiry is about should be able to grasp them easily. Here's the basic idea. The primary point of education is to try and present the truth by presenting evidence and argument for it. If balance has any role to play, it is nested within this primary goal, not something independent of this goal. So within this primary goal, the only thing balance could mean is that one must look at all the evidence that is available to one. It cannot possibly mean the idiotic thing that some people seem to think it means, the equal presentation of two contradictory views. No educator with even minimal rationality would do that on the elementary grounds that if there are two contradictory views, only one can be right. Of course, if she cannot make up her mind on the evidence as to which one is right, she might present the case for both views even-handedly. But presumably, such undecidedness is only an occasional phenomenon. If so, it cannot be put down as a requirement for professors and educators. Hence, the constant demand that we always present both sides of a disagreement presupposes a conception of education as a sort of chronic dithering. It is far more sensible to say that balance means that an educator presents an all things considered judgment after looking at all the available evidence. As I said, this point is so obvious that it should go without saying, but since it is apparently not even by the president of Columbia University, I am stating the obvious. But the agitators object not only to Professor Massad's classroom behavior, but to speeches and writings outside the university in public forums. And here I believe the point that needs to be made is somewhat different. When it is not classroom curriculum, but political debate in general outside the classroom that is in question, there are good reasons why the views one expresses can and often should be imbalanced. Let me explain. I can find it quite understandable, indeed I find it honorable, if someone speaking and writing in America finds it important to stress much more the wrongs of the American government and its allies and clients like Israel, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Pakistan, Indonesia under Suharto, Chile under Pinochet, and so on. But if the same person was speaking or writing, say, in the Palestinian territories or in Arab newspapers, it would be far more effective and honorable if he were to criticize the Palestinian Authority or Arab regimes like Saddam's or Islamic regimes like Iran's, and so on. Edward Said showed exactly this honorable imbalance, criticizing Israel and the US while speaking here and criticizing Arafat and the Palestinian Authority while writing for the Arab press. I believe that Norman Finkelstein, in his writings and speeches, has shown the same well-motivated imbalance, focusing his criticisms on his own people for exploiting their great and terrible suffering in their own historical past in order to win sympathy for their subjugation, or for the subjugation of another people in the present, thereby disrespecting and debasing the memory of their own past suffering. It is said that whenever Sakharov criticized the Soviet Union's treatment of dissidents in the 50s, he was chastised by his government for showing an imbalance and not saying anything against the treatment of blacks in the American South. That is precisely the kind of imbalance that courageous people are going to be accused of by McCarthyite elements in this country, and I hope that all of us will have the courage to continue being imbalanced in just this way. It is in some ways the duty of the intellectual to be imbalanced in this way. That is another way of saying that it's the duty of the intellectual to be unpopular. They shouldn't be discouraged by such unpopularity. They should see it as an indirect acknowledgement of their courage. Now, those may be the high-minded demands we place on intellectuals, but that is not what we ask of administrators. For them, the choices are much simpler. They can support first-rate scholars or recruit brilliant people like Finkelstein and Massad, or they can capitulate to third-rate, non-intellectual political pressure from the outside. In other words, they can do their duty and win the respect of academic communities, not merely in America, but all over the world, not merely today, but in the distant future, or they can wilt under the pressure and be despised by the rest of the world and be remembered by posterity for the bad role they played in a dark time in the American Academy. It is not too late for Columbia's administration to do what is necessary to restore its standing. There are several crucial matters ahead of us having to do with tenure and promotion, which need to be decided soon. I repeat once again that in urging what I have, I'm not asking of my university's administrators any special form of valor. I only ask them to exercise the dispositions, the mere habits of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akeel, for an extremely sober and thoughtful talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Tony Judt, Director of the Remarque Institute at New York University, a regular writer in the New York Review of Books, and a very courageous defender of his own position on Israel-Palestine, which has not often won him bouquets, but in fact brickbats have been showered on his head many a time. So we're very, very privileged to have him here with us. Tony Judt.
Thank you very much. For reasons that I'm going, I hope, to make clear, I don't think there's anything particularly courageous about what I've done, but thank you for it anyway. I'm a tenured professor at a university. It's a peculiarly privileged and advantageous position to find yourself in, and it's exactly for those reasons that it confers upon you certain kinds of duties. Because you can speak out, you should. I don't want to go over the ground that's already been spoken about, although I second everything that's been said, and particularly with reference to Norman Finkelstein, who, of course, as we know, was not a tenured professor, and for whom the act of speaking out, both through his work and in public, took very significant courage and has elicited a very significant price. I want to talk first about the question of academic freedom in this country. It seems to me more important today than it used to be, for reasons some of which have been mentioned already, but for one which may not have been mentioned, and that is that in this country, as in Western Europe, from the 1880s until the last decades of the 20th century, we lived in a peculiar period of mass literacy and a mass print media, which made possible something which didn't exist before and is dying now, and that is the world of public intellectual debate and written dissent disseminated to a large literate audience through newspapers, magazines, journals, and so forth. Most of the writers and polemicists and others who contributed dissenting views to such journals and magazines were not academics, they were not professors, they were not tenured. Their security in some cases arose from having a private income, in other cases from the successful sale of their books, and otherwise just from the fact that they could publish their views in journals and magazines which would support them in some measure while they did so. We are moving out of that era. There are very few public intellectuals today, I would hazard, who have the kind of private income which allows them to say what they think and be damned. And there are even fewer journals, magazines, newspapers, and print outlets in which they could say it, can say it. Anyone who followed the non-debate over the run-up to the Iraq War in this country will know what I'm talking about. So the university becomes a much more important place than it was in that century as the space in which you can say unpopular things, in which you can say dissenting things, and therefore the duty of the university to protect people who say those things is much more sharply delineated, much more serious today than it would have been 30, 40, 50, 80 years ago. I don't want to talk too much about my own experience here, but I'm going to give two examples of it to illustrate a point I want to make about the nature of university cowardice in our time. There are many instances all across the country, University of Montana fairly recently, University of Michigan with respect to their relations with Pluto Press, and others across the country of academic institutions avoiding backing down from responding badly to or failing to respond to instances of censorship and so on in the arena of dissenting speech, particularly about the Middle East. My own experience I can reduce to two examples, two cases. One was when I was invited to give a talk, as it happened, on the place of the Holocaust in European public memory at a small Catholic college near New York, and was advised shortly before I was due to give the talk that I should not make any reference to Israel in the course of the talk, given the notoriety of my views on the subject. So I said, you mean not only may I not speak about Israel, which you've not invited me to and I'm not going to, but I should not actually use the word, lest it come across in a pejorative context. And my host wrote back and said, I'm afraid that's right. So I declined the opportunity to visit the campus. The second instance is more serious. That was a Catholic campus, which had an annual Holocaust lecture, but had been pressured by representatives or self-styled representatives of the local Jewish community to disinvite me and try to come up with a compromise of inviting me under the conditions I've just given you. The second case was a small liberal arts college in Pennsylvania. No more details than that for reasons which will become clear. When I was invited again to give a lecture on Europe and had to be disinvited by the young person in, as it happened, the Department of Jewish Studies, who had invited me because he had been told that were I to come and he to be the inviter, the president of the university would be under very strong pressure not to tenure him when the time came because of his association with the kind of people he invites, and given the fragility of his position, would I perhaps be willing not to come? And could we agree that I had chosen not to come rather than being disinvited? And of course, we agreed. So, universities are very vulnerable, that's clear. The fact that their administrators are, on the whole, unable to stand up to pressure shouldn't blind us to the fact that there is pressure. Public universities are subject to political pressure, private universities, on the whole, to pressure from donors or implicit pressure with relationship to cash, the giving or withholding of it. But what worries me more than the kind of censorship that we talk about, in this country at least, it's different in some other countries, is self-censorship, the self-censorship which ensues. Why should people go to the trouble of getting in trouble, rendering their career, putting their careers at risk and so on, for a marginal subject as it might be, or for a marginal issue as it might be, when they can simply not talk about it, or prophylactically censor themselves by saying a whole series of things which will show the side that they're on, before then going on to do one small courageous thing, as it might be. And in a sense, of course, what Lee Bollinger was doing at Columbia was an extended exercise in active prophylactic self-censorship via a public insult. The risk of self-censorship, it seems to me, is much greater in America than the risk of censorship. This is a very conformist society. We know this in our own experience. We know it if we read Tocqueville, who already observed the point in the 1830s. It's a society in which people are extremely proud of being individualists and extremely reluctant to break with whatever the common sense, common opinion might be on a given topic, particularly if it's a sensitive one. And that, of course, brings me to the Middle East. The Israel lobby, and I'm not going to talk too much about it because I imagine John Mearsheimer will, and he's much better qualified to. But the Israel lobby is a very distinctive lobby, and this is perhaps worth emphasizing. Whenever someone says to you, oh, of course there's an Israel lobby, but then there's a gun lobby, there's an oil lobby, there's a Detroit lobby, there's a corn lobby, so what? They're all pernicious in their way, but it's no different. Remember this, that all lobbies seek to get what they want, but only the Israel lobby has a second agenda, or if you like, a second and a third agenda. The second agenda is to deny its own existence, and the third agenda is to ensure silence when it comes to discussing the subject of its lobbying. That's not true in the case of the gun lobby or the oil lobby. If people like us, marginal left liberal academics in universities, stand up and make a very loud noise about the oil lobby or a very loud noise about the gun lobby, they couldn't care less. The only thing that matters to them is they actually get what they want in the Washington lobbying for which they exist. The Israel lobby cares a lot, and that makes it a very different kind of lobby. It's a lobby which exists in part to silence as well as to voice, to suppress as well as to secure a particular goal. And it operates, of course, through a particularly unpleasant moral leverage, the moral leverage which comes out of being able to accuse someone of anti-Semitism or anti-Jewishness or whatever it might be, in a world which for the last 25 years at least, but not more than that, and maybe not much more in the future, has been particularly sensitive to the destruction of the European Jews as the moral measure, the measure of evil in our collective past, so that any hint that you're insensitive to that disqualifies any other thoughts you might have about the world. So if you can label someone anti-Semitic, you've probably successfully avoided having to engage their argument. There's a new term of art which is also invoked. I've been called on a number of occasions, and I see that some other people around here have as well, an Israel denier. Now, an Israel denier is not quite a Holocaust denier, which is what Norman Finkelstein has on occasion been called, but it enables you by suggestion to be classed with them. Someone who is critical of Israel beyond a certain point is an Israel denier. They deny, that is, that Israel it has the moral right to do as it does and demand the support that it does and so on. And the next thing after an Israel denier is a Holocaust denier. This is an element of moral and semantic leverage which no other pressure group, no other lobby, no other interest group is either able or probably in most cases willing, perhaps the abortion lobby on occasion, to invoke. And it's done in many different ways. It's not only in universities. Publishers are very vulnerable to it. I received, shortly after a public event I was involved in, a letter from a very well-known New York publisher in which she sent me a copy of a letter she'd received from Mr. Abraham Foxman, the director of the Anti-Defamation League, a few years ago, no, it's not fair, not discouraging her from publishing a book, pointing out to her that one of the authors in a collection that she was publishing was Mr. Norman Finkelstein, and did she know what a discreditable person he was? And perhaps, in the light of this knowledge, which she might not have had, she would reconsider publishing this book. She, of course, wrote back and told him to go to hell. But that's not what everyone does. When Carmen Khalil, the British publisher, was due to have a book event, a big book event in Manhattan on the occasion of Knopf's publication of her book about Vichy France, it was cancelled at the last minute because of a very similar pressure brought to bear with reference to a throwaway line in her epilogue where she pointed out that some of the things that we most hold against Vichy are things exactly that Israel does to the Palestinians, and she gave chapter and verse. And for this, the party was cancelled. The methods of going behind the scenes, hinting, informing, suggesting are one. Accusations of anti-Semitism are another. The third, of course, is the famous demand for balance that Professor Bilgrami has already spoken about. I can give you an instance of how ridiculous this can get. In 2003, when the Iraq War began, I convened a large public meeting at New York University to discuss the US and the Middle East. And one of my guests on the panel was Edward Said. And there were other guests, including Jews, Palestinians, Israelis, and so on. And the provost of my university called me up the day before and said, we, the university, have received some communications suggesting that you're holding a very unbalanced meeting on this subject, and we've no intention of interfering with you, and the university never has. But we wondered what you think we should say to them. They say you've got Edward Said, and no one to speak against him. And I said, well, why don't you tell them that not only do we have Edward Said, indeed, and Columbia University has him, so why shouldn't NYU? But we also have Shlomo Ben-Ami sitting on the same platform, former foreign minister of Israel, the man who was Israel's negotiator at Camp David and Tava. Provost passed this along. A little later that evening, called me back and said, they're not happy, he's the wrong kind of Israeli. So there's balance and there's balance. The response to people who speak about the Israel lobby or the Middle East in this country is strikingly disingenuous, as you must have seen when reading the reviews of John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt's book. And it normally follows a certain pattern. People say, look, many years ago people used to say, there is no Israel lobby, there's nothing to talk about here. More recently they would say, well, there's an Israel lobby, yes, but it's not that bad, it's not such a big deal. Most recently, they will say, as some of the reviews have said, yes, there's an Israel lobby. Yes, it's quite a big deal, but we've been talking about that for years. So why on earth are you making such a fuss about it? And we need to be able to turn around and say, you've not been talking about this for years. And we're making a fuss about it because it has effectively silenced public discussion in this country on a major policy issue. And not only that, but it's been silenced in a way which has discredited, for what it's worth, in a younger generation, and I see this when I go around talking in high schools, which has discredited for a younger generation reference to the Holocaust. On a number of occasions, and not only in this country, but in Western Europe as well, students have said to me, look, all this stuff about the Holocaust, these compulsory courses we have to take, isn't this really just part of the defense of Israel? Isn't this just propaganda? Isn't it exaggerated? Why aren't we getting courses on the Armenians? Why aren't we getting courses on Rwanda and so on? So, to the extent that there's any honesty at all in the claim on the part of our critics that we are arousing anti-Semitism, they should know that what they are suppressing in this conversation is the kind of openness which will make it possible for one to respond honestly to such students and say there is a difference between anti-Semitism and criticizing Israel. There is a difference between anti-Semitism and pointing out what is done to the Palestinians. And if we can't tell that difference, if we're not allowed to speak that difference and therefore can't understand it, we're going to end up with the real anti-Semitism once again, among other things. One final point. Universities don't exist, hard though it is for some of us to accept it, but they don't exist just for the purpose of protecting dissenting speech, or indeed for the purpose of protecting the freedom of speech. It seems to me that universities in this sense are rather analogous to medieval Christian churches. They exist for the reasons they exist, but they have a side benefit which is enormously important. The benefit of clergy, as it was in late medieval Europe, and protection of freedom of speech, as it is today. That is to say that they are places in which members of them can say things that become increasingly difficult to say outside of them. And that places a huge responsibility both on the university and on the people doing the talking inside them. I don't think the situation is going to change in this country. I think it's going to get steadily worse because whoever comes to power will inherit in the next presidential cycle, and no doubt the one after, the culture of self-censorship and what you might call the politics of fear, the sort of moral blackmail which doesn't overthrow a republic, which doesn't turn a republic into an empire, but steadily corrodes and undermines the kind of public conversation without which a republic is pointless. And in particular, on this I'll close, we need to understand something. If you stand up here and say, as I'm saying and someone else will probably say as well, that there is an Israel lobby, that there are a set of Jewish organizations who do work, both in front of the scenes and behind the scenes, to prevent certain kinds of conversations, certain kinds of criticism, and so on, you are coming very close to saying that there is a de facto conspiracy, or if you like, plot, or collaboration to prevent public policy moving in a certain way, or to push it in a certain way. And that sounds an awful lot like, the protocols of the elders of Zion and the conspiratorial theory of the Zionist occupation government and so on. Well, if it sounds like it, it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. We cannot calibrate the truths that we're willing to speak, if we think they're true, according to the idiocies of people who happen to agree with us for their reasons. It may well be true. I know this because I've received an email from him that David Duke thinks he has found allies in John Mearsheimer or Stephen Walt or myself. But I remind you what Arthur Koestler said in Carnegie Hall in 1948. when he was asked, "Why do you criticize Stalin? Don't you know that there are people in this country, Nixon and what were not yet called McCarthyites, who also are anti-communist and will use your anti-communism to their advantage?" And Koestler's response was the response that I think we should keep in mind when we are faced with the charge that we're giving hostages to crazy anti-Semites or whatever. And that is, you can't help other people agreeing with you for their reasons. You can't help it if idiots, once every 24 hours with their stopped political clock, are on the same time as you. You have to say what you know to be true and be willing to defend it on your grounds, and then accept the fact that people in bad faith will accuse you of having defended it or aligned yourself with the others on their grounds. That's what freedom of speech means. It's very uncomfortable. It puts you in bed sometimes with the wrong people. You just have to carry on. And it's a lot easier to do it in universities. And in fact, there is nowhere else we can do it. That's why academic freedom matters.
Thanks very much to Tony Judd. Point just worth noting that all the people who talk about balance at platforms such as this totally ignore the fact that the bulk of what is being churned out in this country day after day is totally unbalanced. From Fox Television to the networks to the New York Times op-ed page, no one ever talks about balance in these institutions because it's just accepted. A balance only comes up when the dominant ideas are being challenged. So it's with very great pleasure that I call upon John Mearsheimer, Wendell Harris, Distinguished Service Professor at the Department of Political Science at this university, and the co-author of the book, which people have been talking about and some people don't want you to talk about. John Mearsheimer.
I would like to thank Tariq Ali for organizing this event and for all of you to coming out here today to hear us speak. Over the past 6 years, individuals and groups outside of academia have become increasingly active in trying to influence American academic life in ways that are antithetical to long-standing American traditions. For example, outside groups like Campus Watch monitor what academics write and say. Others have been pushing legislation that would cut off Title VI money to Middle East and other area study centers that are considered biased by outsiders. Furthermore, outside forces have intervened in academia to influence hiring decisions and tenure decisions and to prevent particular individuals from speaking on campuses. They have also put pressure on university presses not to publish controversial books. This assault on academic freedom is largely driven by the politics of the Middle East, especially as they relate to Israel. Universities are the one place in the United States where Israel tends to get treated like a normal country. It gets criticized for its past and present behavior in ways that rarely happen in the mainstream media or inside the Beltway. Many hardline supporters of Israel find this situation intolerable, which causes them to work very hard to stifle criticism of Israel and criticism of American support for Israel, and to instead promote a positive image of Israel on campuses. I would like to talk more in depth about this phenomenon by examining Norman Finkelstein's tenure case in some detail. I believe it provides an excellent example of how pro-Israel forces interfere in academic life in dangerous ways. I would then like to explain why I think Israel's supporters are so deeply committed to making sure that Israel and the U.S.-Israeli relationship is portrayed in a positive light. I believe that DePaul's decision to deny Finkelstein tenure was wrong, and that the case for his tenure was open and shut. Before explaining why he deserved tenure, let me make 3 preliminary points. First, I was asked by DePaul to write a tenure letter on Finkelstein, which I did. So I'm familiar with almost all of his writings, and I have thought long and hard about how to assess him for promotion to tenure at DePaul. Second, I have now been at the University of Chicago for 25 years, and during most of that time, I have been involved in many tenure decisions. I've also written numerous tenure letters for other universities, and I have participated directly on 2 separate occasions in the Harvard decision-making process for tenure. In short, I know a lot about how the sausage is made. Finally, while Finkelstein and I agree on many issues, we also have marked disagreements on a number of important subjects. Indeed, he wrote a piece that was critical of the article that Steve Walt and I wrote in the London Review of Books in March 2006 on the Israel lobby. We also have sharp differences about the viability and desirability of a Jewish state. Nevertheless, I recommended with enthusiasm and without reservation that DePaul grant Finkelstein tenure. Let me explain my thinking. There are 4 main criteria for assessing an individual for tenure: teaching, citizenship within the university, scholarship, and future trajectory. With regard to teaching, nobody disputes that Finkelstein is an excellent teacher and that he has done a fine job with students inside and outside of the classroom. In fact, DePaul said that he was, quote-unquote, an outstanding teacher in the statement it released when Finkelstein resigned from that institution. I do not have firsthand knowledge about whether he was a good citizen there, but his department voted overwhelmingly to give him tenure, and a college-level tenure committee unanimously voted to tenure him. Votes like that usually indicate that the candidate for tenure is a good, if not excellent, citizen. Trajectory is about the question of whether a candidate for tenure is likely to continue writing and publishing after he or she gets tenure. The great fear, of course, is that a newly tenured professor will become complacent and stop producing scholarship. I do not believe that anyone fears that this will happen to Finkelstein. In fact, his detractors fear that he will be as productive in the years ahead as he has been over the past 3 decades. Finkelstein, for anyone who knows him, is clearly a driven person who loves what he is doing. Scholarship is his life. And there are certainly no shortage of subjects for him to write about regarding the Middle East, the Holocaust, and American Jewry. This all leaves the critical issue of Finkelstein's scholarship. And here we have to talk about both the quantity and quality. Regarding quantity, Finkelstein has written 5 books and numerous articles. There are few people on any faculty, me included, who have written 5 books. So he easily satisfies the quantity criterion, which brings us to the all-important quality criterion. There's no question that Finkelstein's scholarship is of a high enough quality to merit tenure at DePaul. Indeed, he is a major scholar whose works are known all around the globe. For sure, he is controversial, but that is mainly because he is making arguments that challenge conventional wisdoms about important subjects and subjects which are difficult to talk about in the United States without getting into hot water. The key point, however, is that Finkelstein makes compelling arguments in almost all of his writings, and thus he has played a key role in shaping both the academic and public discourse on a host of important subjects. In my opinion, that is the highest accolade one can accord to a scholar. Let me say a few words about Finkelstein's four most important books for the purpose of making it unequivocally clear that he has produced first-rate work. Image and Reality is one of the best books written about the origins of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is full of interesting arguments, probably the most important of which is Finkelstein's challenge to Benny Morris's claim that the expulsion of the Palestinians in 1948 was, quote, born of war, not of design. William Quandt, who was in charge of Middle East issues on the National Security Council for President Carter and now teaches at the University of Virginia, wrote that, quote, this thoroughly documented book is guaranteed to stimulate and provoke. It will be required reading in the continuing war of the historians, end of quote. Image and Reality has been translated into 5 languages. Finkelstein's next important book is Nation on Trial, which he wrote with Ruth Byrne. This book examines Daniel Goldhagen's famous claim that Germany, before the Holocaust, was consumed with, quote, eliminationist anti-Semitic beliefs. In other words, virtually all Germans were filled with hatred towards Jews and wanted to exterminate them. Nation on Trial is one of the best 2 or 3 critiques of the Goldhagen thesis, which was the subject, by the way, of a huge literature. Ian Kershaw, the highly regarded British historian, writes that, quote, Finkelstein and Byrne provide a devastating critique of Daniel Goldhagen's simplistic and misleading interpretation of the Holocaust. Their contribution to the debate is, in my view, indispensable. Christopher Browning, one of the leading Holocaust scholars in this country, writes, quote, among the dozens of reviewers of Goldhagen's book, Ruth Byrne and Norman Finkelstein stand out for the seriousness and thoroughness with which they have undertaken their task. Nation on Trial has been translated into 3 languages. The Holocaust Industry is Finkelstein's 3rd major book. This is probably, I should probably say undoubtedly, his most controversial work because it makes the provocative argument that some Jews have exploited the memory of the Holocaust for personal gain. Regarding this book, the late Raoul Hilberg, one of the most distinguished scholars of the Holocaust, wrote, quoting, when I read Finkelstein's book, The Holocaust Industry, I was in the middle of my own investigations of these matters, and I came to the conclusion that he was on the right track. I would now say, in retrospect, that he was actually conservative, moderate, and that his conclusions are trustworthy. He is a well-trained political science, has the ability to do the research, did it carefully, and has come up with the right results. I am by no means the only one who, in the coming months or years, will totally agree with Finkelstein's breakthrough. End of quote. Again, that's Raoul Hilberg. The Holocaust Industry has been translated into 24 languages. Beyond Chutzpah is Finkelstein's 4th important book. He performs 3 tasks in this outstanding work, which was published by a leading university press. He shows in crystal clear fashion how defenders of Israel use the charge of anti-Semitism to protect Israel from criticism when it is pursuing brutal policies in places like Lebanon and the occupied territories. Furthermore, Finkelstein details how Israel's policies in the occupied territories consistently violate international law. He does this by showing that virtually every human rights group, including B'Tselem, which as most of you know is the Israeli human rights group, agrees about the essentials of Israeli behavior. Finally, he provides a devastating critique of Alan Dershowitz's work on Israel. It is no accident that Dershowitz tried to prevent the publication of Beyond Chutzpah. This book has already sold many copies, is widely cited, and is guaranteed to have a long shelf life because it makes compelling arguments on a set of very important issues. Finkelstein has written much more that I could talk about, but it is not necessary, as it should be clear at this point that the quality and the importance of his scholarship are far beyond what should be necessary for tenure at DePaul. However, this is not to deny that there are a few scholars who do not like Finkelstein's work and would pan it if asked to write a tenure letter on him. But that is true of almost every major scholar, especially if he or she writes on controversial subjects. I want to make one final comment about Finkelstein's written work. There is no question that he occasionally uses polemical language to make a point. This is especially evident, as many of you know, in the Holocaust industry. I believe that this is a mistake on his part, and indeed a number of other scholars agree with me, including Raoul Hilberg and Avi Schleim, who is one of the leading historians of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Nevertheless, this is hardly a fatal flaw, and it does not detract in any meaningful way from his scholarly contributions. In the academic world, substance matters far more than style. And when it comes to substance, I will let Avi Schleim have the last word. Quote, I regard him as very able, very erudite, and original scholar who has made an important contribution to the study of Zionism, to the study of Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and in particular to the study of American attitudes towards Israel and towards the Middle East. End of quote. The bottom line, Finkelstein should have gotten tenure at DePaul this past spring, but that did not happen. Putting the tenure decision aside for the moment, it is worth noting that Finkelstein has also been demonized over the years by pro-Israel individuals and groups. Not only is he routinely called an anti-Semite or a self-hating Jew, but he is said to be a Holocaust denier, which is a truly remarkable assertion in light of the fact that both of his parents were Holocaust survivors. His mother was in Majdanek and his father was in Auschwitz. Of course, his scholarship has been vilified as well. One would never know from his most vehement critics and what they say that his writings are held in high regard by a large number of well-established mainstream scholars at prestigious universities around the world. But back to the tenure decision. As noted, Finkelstein's department voted to give him tenure, and the college-level tenure committee voted unanimously in his favor. Given these votes, and given his teaching and publishing record, one would have expected the dean, the provost, and the president of the university to approve his tenure, but they decided otherwise. This raises what is the $64,000 question. Why? Almost everyone admits that significant outside pressure was brought to bear on DePaul to deny Finkelstein tenure. Alan Dershowitz's intervention in this regard is the most visible example of outside interference, but he was surely not the only outsider to weigh in against Finkelstein. DePaul's leaders acknowledge the outside pressure, but deny it had any effect on their final decision. Of course, what else are they going to say? They're certainly not going to admit that they caved into pressure from the Israel lobby, but there is little doubt that they did, as there is no other plausible explanation for the top administrator's decision to override the recommendations of the Political Science Department and the college-wide tenure committee. Let me switch gears now and try to explain why I think key elements in the lobby have worked so hard to demonize Finkelstein and make sure that he was denied tenure, and more generally to explain why the lobby has become so active on campus in recent years. In other words, I want to explain why the lobby thinks that Finkelstein and other critics of Israel are so dangerous and wants to marginalize, if not silence them. There are two closely related reasons at play here. First, the case for the special relationship that now exists between the United States and Israel is weak. Second, contrary to the claims of Israel's strongest backers, support for that relationship among the American people is not wide and not deep. All of this means that if there was an open and freewheeling discussion of Israeli history, Israeli policy in the occupied territories, and the U.S. relationship with Israel, it would probably lead many Americans to pressure their leaders in Washington to abandon the special relationship and to treat Israel like a normal country, much the way the United States treats other democracies like Britain, France, Italy, and India. The lobby naturally wants to make sure that this does not happen, and thus it works 24/7 to shape the discourse about Israel in ways that portray it in a favorable light. In effect, this means making sure that Norman Finkelstein does not get tenure at DePaul or any other school. Let me explore these matters in a bit more detail. Regarding the basis of our special relationship with Israel, it is often said that Israel is a vital strategic asset and shares our values. Viewed objectively, however, these arguments cannot explain why the United States gives Israel so much aid and with so few strings. Israel may have been a strategic asset during the Cold War, but the Cold War is now over. Today, giving Israel nearly unconditional support is one of the reasons why we have a terrorism problem, and it makes it harder to address a range of other problems in the Middle East. Support for Israel is not the only source of anti-Americanism, of course, and our problems in the Middle East would not disappear if the United States had a more normal relationship with Israel. The United States does benefit from some forms of strategic cooperation with Israel, but it is hard to argue that giving it nearly unconditional backing is making the U.S. more popular around the world or making American citizens more secure. On balance, it is now a strategic liability. As for the claim that Israel is a democracy that shares our values, yes, Israel is a democracy, but so are many other states, and none get anywhere near as much support, and certainly don't get it unconditionally. Plus, Israel's treatment of its Arab citizens and its Palestinian subjects are sharply at odds with U.S. values. I want to emphasize that there is a strong moral case, in my opinion, for Israel's existence, based on the long history of anti-Semitism. but its existence is fortunately not in jeopardy, and past crimes against the Jewish people do not justify giving Israel a blank check today. Turning to the second factor, some say the United States backs Israel because there is broad public support. Politicians are just doing what the public wants. This argument isn't persuasive for several reasons. Americans do have a generally favorable image of Israel, in part because media coverage tends to be favorable. But they do not think that the United States should give unconditional or one-sided aid to the Jewish state. A survey conducted for the Anti-Defamation League in 2005 found that 78% of Americans think that the United States should favor neither side in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's 78% of Americans in an ADL study. Another survey conducted by the University of Maryland in 2003 found that over 70% of politically active Americans favored cutting aid to Israel if it refused to settle that conflict. Furthermore, most Americans recognize that the United States pays a price for its unyielding support of Israel. For example, the Pew Research Center for the People and the Press has been asking Americans for many years whether they sympathize more with Israel or the Palestinians. There has always been much more sympathy for Israel than for the Palestinians. But from 1993 through 2006, the number who are sympathetic to Israel only went above 50% once. That was 52% during the Second Lebanon War of 2006, and was as low as 37% in July 2005. Regarding the consequences of U.S. support for Israel, a Pew survey conducted in November 2005 found that 39% of the American public said that that support was, quote, a major cause of global discontent. Among opinion leaders, the numbers were substantially higher. Indeed, 78% of members of the news media, 72% of military leaders, 72% of security experts, and 69% of foreign policy specialists believe that backing Israel seriously damages America's image around the world. So while Americans have a generally favorable view of Israel and want it to exist and be secure, they are not insisting that we back it no matter what. But that is pretty much what our policy is, and this gap is mostly due to the political influence of the various groups in the lobby. In sum, the case for America's special relationship with Israel is weak, and support for it among the people is neither wide nor deep. Given that, the Israel lobby is deeply committed to maintaining that special relationship, it has to work especially hard to shape the discourse about Israel, and it has had the most difficult time doing that in the halls of academia, where free speech and open discourse are considered sacred rights. Still, it has had its share of successes, as evidenced by the Finkelstein tenure decision. Let me conclude with a few words about where I think this problem is headed. To put it bluntly, I think the situation is going to get worse, not better, in the next few years. Of course, I hope that I'm wrong, but I do not think so. To start, there's little reason to think that Israel will abandon the West Bank and allow for the creation of a viable Palestinian state. Instead, Israel is likely to continue colonizing large portions of the West Bank while keeping the Palestinians trapped in enclaves on the West Bank and in Gaza. In other words, Israel is going to stay in the occupied territories and continued to brutalize the Palestinians under its control. At the same time, increasing numbers of scholars and students are almost certain to become aware of what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, and some of them will be motivated to speak out on the matter. Why? Because it is difficult to disagree with Leon Wieseltier's description of Israel's policies in the occupied territories as, quote, a moral and strategic blunder of historic proportions, end of quote. Of course, the threat of even more criticism of Israel and its policies, not to mention America's support of those policies, will motivate the lobby to work even harder to intervene in the affairs of academia and do everything possible to silence Israel's critics. The lobby simply has no choice if it wants to maintain unconditional support for Israel as it colonizes the occupied territories. It simply cannot afford to allow an open discourse in the United States about Israel without putting the present relationship at risk. So, the outside intervention will continue and possibly worsen. We should all recognize, however, that this situation will do serious harm to the Academy. Thank you.
Thank you very much to John Mearsheimer for that illuminating talk. We will now move straight to questions. Time is short. I ask questioners once again to be brief. And then for the second panel discussion, we will have Norman Finkelstein, Dr. Mehrene Larudee, Neve Gordon from Ben-Guiron University in Israel, and Evan Lorendo from the DePaul Academic Freedom Committee.
Hello, test. If you'd like to ask a question, please form a line behind this microphone, and we'll get this started.
This goes to what Professor Mearsheimer said at the end about the possibility of...
Could you talk a little...
Could you speak into the mic?
I'm very sorry. This goes to what Professor Mearsheimer said at the end about the possibility of a resolution of the conflict in Palestine. And I want to know why no one talks about reparations to the Palestinians and who might owe them. I'm aware that UN Resolution 194 says the Israelis do, but considering that the United States and other countries refused to take the survivors of the Holocaust en masse after it was discovered what had happened and establish a state in Israel, it might be appropriate for the reparations to be paid as well by the United States and the EU. I just want to know what you think. Thank you.
You want me to answer?
Yeah.
Quickly. For those of you who didn't hear the question is why isn't there more talk about reparations for the Palestinians, much the way there has been talk about reparations for victims of the Holocaust? And I would make 2 points about that excellent question. First of all, I think that the subject of reparations at this point in time is a second-order issue. The most important issue at this point in time is trying to figure out how to get the Palestinians a viable state of their own so that you can have a Jewish state and a Palestinian state living side by side in peace. And that is a thorny enough issue that people have not, therefore, paid much attention to reparations. Second point I would make is that I do believe that if a Palestinian state is ever created, it's imperative that the United States, the countries of Western Europe, and the oil-rich countries in the Arab and Islamic world give huge amounts of aid to that Palestinian state so that it is a successful and viable state. And in doing so, I think that's where they can deal with the whole matter of reparations, which is an important issue which will surely have to be addressed somewhere down the road.
Thank you. Yeah?
This is a question of the whole panel. I want to congratulate the University of Chicago for having a series of these events over the last couple of weeks. And particularly to Dr. Mearsheimer in regards to the speech you gave at International House about last week with Dr. Walt. Do you know if the University of Chicago has received any sort of interference from this very lobby that you're speaking about the events of the last several weeks, or your work?
I don't know of any specific pressure that was brought to bear on the University of Chicago. I would just say, speaking for Steve Walt, who's at Harvard, as well as myself, that both Harvard University and the University of Chicago have behaved in an exemplary manner in terms of defending our right to publish the original article and the book. So if they did receive any pressure from outside forces, they did the right thing.
I'm a fifth grade social studies teacher, indoctrinating the young. And we did a unit on war refugees focusing on Rwanda, Afghanistan, and the current war in Iraq. And I got an email from a parent that said, and I quote, "I'm outraged. Let us teach our son morals. You stick to the 3 R's," which I guess assumed was repression, reprimanding, and more repression. But I didn't say who the responsible parties were, just what happens to them. So my question is, what is your opinion of teaching current events, God forbid, refugees, to upper elementary school students?
Who wants to speak? I couldn't hear the question. What are your views about teaching this kind of stuff to our elementary school kids? Yeah. Can I just answer that quickly? Both of my children, I started late, are in elementary or junior high school, and I've had a number of occasions to talk both to their classes and to talk to other elementary and junior high schools around Manhattan, both in the private and the public sector. And all I can tell you is that since they're not, for the most part, unless they're quoting their parents, and they tend not to do that, since they're not, for the most part, coming to the conversation with a prejudice, these are the most enlightened and engaged audiences you can hope to meet. And it's perfectly possible to present, and I would emphasize this, it's perfectly possible to present not a perfectly balanced, not a perfectly objective, but a dispassionately described account of the quarrel or of the difficulty to a 10-year-old. There's no problem there. You can explain to a 10-year-old why the Armenians are so angry about the fact that the Turks won't acknowledge the genocide, and why the Turks, because of their history, are extremely uncomfortable with it, making that admission, and what it tells you about both of those countries and societies and so on. They can get it. They can get any of the debates. There's really not an issue. There may be an issue with their parents. That's another story.
Yeah.
My question comes from a sort of the voice of Weberian bureaucratic authority. And faculty senates are the places where these sorts of issues are often or can be lodged. A place where on campus where the behavior of administrators can be taken up. And I'm wondering if at Columbia or NYU or the University of Chicago, has the faculty senate formed any kind of academic freedom committee? Have they moved to change the policy handbooks on campus to take the kinds of incidents that we've seen happen and write policy in preventing things that we know have gone on, let's say in the Finkelstein case, into our documents, since you all are projecting a sort of worsening situation? Can you tell me if the faculty have moved in that way to have any kind of institutional response with, after all, faculty senates, which is, you know, our sole place of sort of entering the governance process of our institutions?
Well, you know, Columbia has a faculty senate which is completely powerless, but it has the capacity to be a real nuisance factor. And I think you're absolutely right that since in these matters mobilization is very important, it ought to be a site for faculty mobilization. But you know, you shouldn't ever underestimate the careerist tendencies in faculty. I mean, there's that, but there's also just a very deep thing amongst faculty, which is that they want to live in peace. They don't want controversy. They will not hire people who are brilliant and so on if they worry that controversies, and if that is so, it's very unlikely you can mobilize them because that just means controversy. So there are all these things which inhibit faculty. I can't say very much in detail about Columbia right now because the faculty is hoping very much that the administration will behave honorably on some crucial decisions coming up. If they do not, I think it will be a great shame if the faculty will not be mobilized to take it up. John.
If I can just say a word or two about that excellent question. First of all, I think how universities respond to threats from outside interference varies across universities and colleges. And just a word or two about the University of Chicago, which I know very well since I've been here since 1982. This is an institution that has traditionally been filled with individuals who cut against the grain or make contrarian arguments. And therefore, if someone is saying something here that other people don't like, that's not considered a bad thing. It's generally considered to be a good thing. Second point is that this institution has a very well-established tradition of protecting academic freedom and fending off outside interference. And if you're interested, you should look at the famous Calvin report that I believe was written in the 1960s that deals with these sorts of issues and is an exemplary case of how to deal with outside interference and the politicization of universities.
Thank you. Yeah.
As a professor at DePaul, you have raised one black box for me. In fact, almost a contradiction between two speakers, which is at the heart of the issues that I and my fellow faculty face. Specifically, we have cited instances from at least two speakers of universities who have told outside interferers to go pound sand successfully. And yet, we also speak of the university as being vulnerable. And so it's a difficult contradiction that we face. I would like to know more about specific case studies of a university who resists outside interference from the Israel lobby specifically and then suffers, because the fear of that seems so prevalent at DePaul, so terrifying, so all-pervasive, so unspoken in those aspects, that I find dialogue, instigating dialogue about it to be extremely difficult. And I need the panel's help in helping to explain why the Israel lobby does or does not present a clear danger to a university who defies it.
Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a nicely packaged answer for you, but let me just make 2 points. One, I want to reinforce what my colleague here said, that if the administration of a university stands firm, which actually means does nothing, it doesn't have to do anything, it's merely the condition of not doing the wrong thing, leaving the faculty to make the right decision, or to make their decision at any rate, leaving the faculty member to say what he or she thinks whenever they want to, and invite whomsoever they wish. My experience at New York University, where I've been for 20 years now, which is a university with a heavily Jewish board of trustees and advisors, and in a world of heavily Jewish cultural and academic and educational and business institutions, but in which, to my knowledge, I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, it's never given way on pressure of this kind. It's never lost a penny. It's never been made to do anything or failed to do anything. It's never been prevented from doing anything. Now, it may be that any given president of NYU has failed to become the Secretary of Education that he desired to be because of his association with a university which took a particular stand. This could happen. Stuff that doesn't happen may also be the consequence of Israel lobby pressure. We'll never know in many cases. But mostly what a university administration has to do is simply sit quietly and tell people to lay off its faculty. And it works.
Next question.
I first just want to thank all of the panelists for their valuable and impressive commentary. My question is directed to all of the panelists, but is in direct response to a comment made by Professor Mearsheimer regarding polemical speech as unbecoming of and/or ineffective for scholarly work. Marshall Solins, Professor Emeritus here at the University of Chicago, not unknown for his own polemics, once took to defending that tact. In an early essay from his career titled The Original Affluent Society, he began with something like, traditional wisdom is always refractory, and one is forced to oppose it polemically, ending his sentence with what is perhaps a more obscure phrasing, and to phrase the necessary terms dialectically. I guess my question is more simple than that. My question is, do you really believe that more polite speech or less polemical speech is always more effective than polemical speech in the face of, on the one hand, the refractory nature of traditional wisdom, as Marshall Solins points out, but also in the face of precisely the sorts of things we're talking about here today, precisely the sorts of pressures on academics to conform. And if it's not always more effective, I guess my question is this: is it not somehow inappropriate in the face of what are, in the end, political issues to choose to be polite instead of effective?
Okay, I think we've got your question.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Briefly, everyone, please. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think this is really quite an important question. We've come to a point in academic culture when we speak to people who already believe what we believe. This is absolutely rampant. So most of you are more or less convinced about the sorts of things you were going to hear this afternoon before you came here. That is why a lot of polemical speech one can get away with. You're quite right that speaking less polemically, with greater civility, etc., is likely to be more effective if audiences are undecided on a matter and something can then get through. But it's turned out that people go to these teach-ins, meetings and so on, and they already believe what they're going to hear, and so so one can afford to be polemical and it doesn't really matter very much. But I just want to say one final thing. You've also got to understand that the people who write polemically have been under pressure for years. They've been victimized, they've been attacked, and myths have been written about them, falsifications. So the fact that they get polemical and angry has also got to be something you've got to understand.
Just very quickly, there's a distinction between using hot rhetoric and making controversial arguments. And the point I made, which Akeel just reiterated, is that using hot rhetoric when you're making controversial arguments oftentimes undermines those arguments.
Next question.
Good afternoon. Given that an overwhelming proportion of U.S. aid to Israel finds its way directly into the pockets of American military contractors, it seems that there are reasons for the continued support of Israel that go beyond the Jewish lobby and the Israel lobby. My question would be, why is the military-industrial element of this conflict, why has that been neglected in this panel and in so many other panels?
There's no question that there are parts, small parts of the military-industrial complex, for lack of a better phrase, that make money off of weapons sales or giving weapons to Israel. But when you take into account the size of the military-industrial complex and how much aid goes to Israel, this really doesn't matter very much. And you just don't see much evidence of the military-industrial complex weighing in on Israel's behalf. You see much more evidence of the Christian Zionists and the neoconservatives and the major organizations at play. It's not to say that you won't find some instances of where the military-industrial complex weighs in, but just not much.
Can I just add to that, that we, of all the developed nations, give the smallest amount of overseas aid, as you know, but we also give by far the largest amount of aid with strings of the kind you describe, compared to other wealthy Western donors. We give aid in that form to Israel, we give it to Egypt, we give it to lots of other countries. But of all those countries who then turn around and provide money to American military arms manufacturers, only Israel has the additional benefit of a lobby which guarantees that we back its domestic and foreign policies. That's the difference, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question is for anyone on the panel. Well, I think things like this are great, and I do agree with the estimation that things are going to get worse, and we understand the stakes are high, both morally and politically. I think it has to go beyond this, and I thought the response to the railroading of Finkelstein and Larudee has been inappropriately small. And we hear things about talking about within our Senate or with our faculty at these different disparate universities. I think university professors have to start looking at this, outside of your particular university and start bonding together and take, larger actions, because this is going to happen again. I mean, the DePaul professors probably shouldn't have taught. They probably should have withheld their labor power. And quite frankly, a lot of other professors probably should have done the same thing, especially powerful professors like you guys. I mean, it will send a message, and it's not going to stop here. So my question is, why isn't there greater organization amongst university professors to take on the fight that is inevitably going to happen?
You'll go.
University professors are not only bad at organizing, but they are chronically lacking in collective identification. If something like this had happened in England, there's no doubt there would have been at least a move to a national strike if it had been rendered sufficiently visible. I'm not sure the strike would have had any impact, but it would have had visibility. But I think the double fact that this has happened at a relatively small university, and the point I didn't make when I spoke before, is that the pressures can be applied much more effectively at a relatively small and relatively less well-endowed university than they can be at places like Harvard or Chicago or Columbia or NYU, is one of the reasons why nothing on a broad scale has happened. I think, of course, the fact that while many of one's colleagues privately will say, oh, well, of course, this is a terrible thing that's happened, and we, of course, sympathize with Finkelstein, very few would actually be willing to go very public on this, because you need to know just how very much he has been slandered and presented in the respectable journals that academics read as someone who is so marginal that merely associating yourself with him is to marginalize you within your discipline, within your department, within your university, and so on. The question is absolutely fair. I have no idea what the answer could be. The only thought that occurred to me as I was listening earlier on is that individual faculty at individual wealthy universities should find a way to invite Norman Finkelstein to their universities, if not on a permanent basis, because that's going to be very hard to do for some of the reasons we've talked about here, on a serial temporary basis. And this, I think, is something that a number of us could do. But more than that, I can't see it happening, I'm afraid.
Very quickly, and in support of Tony's point, I cannot tell you how many times I have been warned not to get too close to Norman Finkelstein. And when I told a number of people that I was doing this event, they said to me, "John, it is not clear that this is in your best interest."
Likewise.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I just want to begin by following up with what Professor Mearsheimer just said. I don't know if you saw the column that Andrew Sullivan wrote in the Atlantic online, but he, after the most vicious vilification of Norman Finkelstein, went on to express his grave concern that Professors Mearsheimer and Judt would associate themselves with the likes of Noam Chomsky and Tariq Ali. And I will say that very association is what has brought me and a friend of mine from Los Angeles here today for this event. We have been working night and day to build a national project to defend dissent and critical thinking in academia, to do what people feel very urgently is needed to bring together and awaken the academy to confront and recognize the serious assault on critical thinking and dissent that is awash in the land. The thing, and I think this has a tremendous potential to be a launching point for even more significant organization if we don't forget the dialectic that the reason we're here is that a highly regarded, internationally renowned scholar has been purged from a liberal university in the United States. This is a very serious state of affairs. And the one thing I would like to bring maybe perspective on this is it isn't as crucial and important as the question of the study of the Middle East and the Israel lobby question is involved. It is bigger than that. This is a question of critical thinking itself being under attack. Prior to working on the effort around Finkelstein, we published a full-page ad in the New York Review of Books that was initiated by Richard Falk, signed by Noam Chomsky, Rashid Khalidi, Mahmoud Mamdani, Juan Cole, and a number of other public intellectuals, calling on the University of Colorado not to fire tenured Professor Ward Churchill. I think a lot of people know that Erwin Chemerinsky's appointment to be the first dean of the law school at UC Irvine he was fired and now he's been rehired. There is on the land a tremendous effort to stifle critical thinking in the academy, precisely for the reasons you're saying, that not only can Israel and their treatment of the Palestinians not stand up to critical thought, what this government is doing in the world today cannot stand up to critical thought.
Well, thank you very much for that and for coming all the way from California to this event. We're very touched and we hope that teach-ins like this, discussions like this will take place all over the country, and this is not the end but just the beginning, because it's extremely important to get together to discuss these things, because getting together gives us strength, whoever we may be. The lady in the red sweater, the last question, then we will move on straight to the next panel without further delay, and you will have a chance to ask questions after that. So your last question.
I was wondering if you could give us specific examples of, besides the repression against academia, how the Israel lobby works throughout our society. I'm thinking of the election campaign of Cynthia McKinney in Georgia, how the Israel lobby made sure she wasn't reelected. And could you give us some examples of their tactics, of their stranglehold on our Congress?
I can't give you an example, but I can give you something which may be more useful. 3 years ago, I was at a meeting in Paris with a number of people in the foreign policy field and a number of US senators and congressmen. And one of the senators, after the meeting, after dinner, having drunk a little bit, started talking about the Middle East. He's a well-known senator, and I can't mention his name, but I can tell you he's a Democrat. And I said to him, "You never say these things in public. You never voice these sentiments in the Senate. You've been on the floor of the Senate for a long time. You've been the chair of some influential committees." He said, "Let me explain to you, young man." He said, "It's nothing to do with the Jewish lobby in my state. In my state, there aren't that many Jews. They all vote for me anyway. They're certainly not going to vote for the other side. There's no local pressure on me. No one's trying to use Israel lobby money against me. Here's how it works," he said. "If I go onto the Senate floor and make a powerful speech, the best speech of my life, in which I explain what's really going on in the Middle East and the pressure that is brought to bear on us to not talk about it and so on, and the misconceived policies we have of unconditional support for Israel, if I were very successful, rhetorically, I might swing 20 senators max for a vote which would have no significance, of course. It would be a symbolic vote. And that would be the end of my political career. I'd continue to be re-elected in the Senate, but I would never be able to get through any bill that I wanted. Any bill I wanted for my state, for my constituents, whether it's a bridge or a subsidy or whatever, forget it. I would be dead as an effective political actor in the Senate. And so, because Israel isn't the most important thing for me, and because what's happening in the Middle East doesn't matter nearly as much as the next bridge that I get money for in my state, I'm going to stay quiet on this issue so I can remain effective on the big issues. And if you multiply me out by 50 or 60 people, all of whom share my views in private but won't say it in public," he finished, "that's why the Israel lobby remains powerful in American politics. Because most people are not going to stand up for the peripheral issue of the Palestinians and lose what in American politics matters most to them, which is their capacity to get through the bills and the issues on domestic stuff that they really care about and that win them re-election. And that seems to be really how it actually works. John Mearsheimer knows much more than I do, but I was struck that it had so little to do with direct pressure and even direct money. It was that in the end, the Palestinian-Israel question doesn't matter enough for people to sacrifice their careers on it.
Yeah, if I can say a word on this subject, I think it's very important to make clear that the fact that there is an Israel lobby and that it interferes or it acts in the political process is perfectly acceptable. As almost all of you know, interest group politics have been at the heart of the American political system since the founding of this country. And the Israel lobby is just another interest group. It is a very powerful interest group, but there are other powerful interest groups out there like the National Rifle Association, the Farm Lobby, and the American Association of Retired People. So the key point you want to keep in mind is that the Israel lobby is an interest group, and it's playing the game of American politics like all sorts of other interest groups. And if the lobby wants to target Senator Charles Percy in 1984 or Senator Jesse Helms in 1984, it's perfectly within its rights to do that. There was nothing wrong with the lobby going after Cynthia McKinney. That's part of American politics. However, it is important to emphasize that there are certain things that the lobby does that are not acceptable in the United States. And smearing people and trying to silence people and marginalize people and interfering with free speech on university campuses is not an acceptable form of behavior. So the argument that Steve Walt and I made in the book, which has gotten lost in most of the reviews, is we're not making the claim that the lobby is a cabal or a conspiracy. Our argument is it's like the National Rifle Association. And just like I don't like the policies the National Rifle Association pushes, I don't like the policy that the Israel lobby pushes. But again, the NRA is participating in a legitimate political process, as is the Israel lobby, except when it gets into the business of curtailing free speech and smearing people.
On that note, we bring the first panel to an end. I hope you'll all join me in thanking Akeel Bilgrami, Tony Judt, John Mearsheimer.
That's a major division from the terms of the church.
Yeah. Because of people beaten up in that.
For what has been a very calm and extremely productive discussion. We're not going to have a break. I'm going to speed right on. Won't disrupt this nice gathering. So I call on Norman Finkelstein, Neve Gordon, Mehrene Larudee, and Evan Lorendo. Very glad to begin the second panel. Here's Neve. Is there a chair? We need another chair.
You have to figure out.
Can someone get us another chair?
No. You'll sit up here.
No, you can't lift the bench. Oh, great.
See if we can move that. Excuse me.
The first speaker on our panel this afternoon is Evan Lorendo, Vice President of the DePaul Academic Freedom Committee, who's played a very major and important role in defending the rights of Norman Finkelstein and Mehrene Larudee on campus. Evan.
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming out here. My name's Evan Lorendo. I'm an undergraduate at DePaul. And I must say that's quite an honor for me to be on stage with everyone. I also want to say that I'm representing the student voice. Not everyone that wanted to speak or has a story. We don't have the time to tell that. But I will say this. Everyone that's been involved knows that this has been an extremely transformative experience. We are not the same people that we were 4 months ago. Quickly, I find it important to point out two things. I never had Professor Finkelstein or Professor Larudee as a teacher. I'd met Professor Finkelstein a time or two through his students. And from that, he actually came in and spoke as a guest lecturer in a few of our classes. And from that, it sparked me to read a few of his things. In terms of Professor Larudee, when I first transferred to DePaul, I was an international studies major, which is her department. Though I never had a class, I knew who she was, and when I found out that she was denied tenure as well, I was just as appalled. The second thing I must say is that I am not an activist. I would say that this title has kind of, the only way I explain it is that I feel that I kind of tripped over it and landed on it. But I feel that I am a much better person for it. And it all started actually by signing a petition last spring to give to the university stating that the students and the faculty want Professor Finkelstein on this campus. It's important to know that at that point when I signed the petition, I was coaxed into putting my email address on with my signature, and it was with that email address that the Sunday after the two professors were denied tenure, I was sent an email by the students who were forming at that point, and basically said the following day, it was the Monday, it was the first Monday, it was the first Monday of finals, that at 7 a.m. they were meeting at the president's office to stage a sit-in. After getting the email, I decided that I was going to go and attend, and if nothing else, it would give me something to do other than do my finals. So I set my alarm and Monday morning, 6:30 rolled around. I rolled over, I hit the snooze button, figuring right then and there that academic freedom and tenure battles was absolutely nothing I really wanted to get involved with. But I woke up a few hours later and read my emails, and the email that the group had sent, and I must say this is the email that got me involved and got me to the sit-in, is please come as soon as you can for as many hours as you can. We will be studying, so please bring your finals work here. We are able to leave and return for finals. Priority is being here at 3 p.m. for our meeting with Father Holtschneider, who's the president of DePaul. And honestly, I showed up for figuring that I would stay for about 30 minutes. I ended up staying for 40 out of the next roughly 53 hours as we were in the office from Monday morning to that Wednesday evening. Going into it, I must say I was someone who believed fully in DePaul. I believed in what it said and that it was genuinely a good institution. I stayed for the meeting with Father Holtschneider because I really felt that the president would come in, make a rational argument, win everyone over, offer milk and cookies, and everyone would leave satisfied. Unfortunately, this is not what happened. He walked into the room with a fake grin and from the get-go started and acted as if he talked down to everyone. I sat there just waiting for him to say something honest and truthful and not loaded with deceit, and I must say that I'm still waiting. And after an hour and a half or so of conversation, the meeting ended with Father Holtschneider actually offering us his office for as long as we needed it. So we took him up on that offer, and I had decided at that point this would be something I wanted to be a part of. Because I felt tricked and fooled by DePaul itself for making me believe that it was on a higher moral ground. So we spent 2 nights in the office, and then we were told that when they offered us the office for as long as we wanted, that actually meant Wednesday at 5 p.m. And we had also told that if we were not out at Wednesday at 5 p.m., we would first be expelled and also arrested. So Wednesday at 5 rolled around, and sure enough, the Dean of Students was standing there with the Chicago Police Department kicking us out. They also told us that if any seniors that were graduating that were arrested would not be able to walk at graduation. It was quite Vincentian of them. So this just happens to how I got involved. Everyone has their own story. And it seems that standing up for Professor Finkelstein has become somewhat of a rite of passage for student activists over the past 6 years or so. And dating back to spring of '02, which I believe was the end of his first year, students started battling and having a sit-in the president's office trying to get his contract renewed. And more currently, and I really don't have time to explain, and nor do I know it well enough to explain the entire tenure process, but after the Dean of Liberal Arts and Sciences wrote a letter to the University Board of Promotion and Tenure that was in contradiction to the college faculty's recommendation, students around 30, 35, I believe, actually protested and started the petition in which I signed. Continuing on, with the onset of denial, all the students found out about not only Professor Finkelstein, but also Professor Larudee being denied. And such, they organized a sit-in. At the sit-in, it was decided that we would be a presence at graduation. So we went to graduation, we dropped banners, and some of the graduates instead of shaking Father Holtschneider's hand, handed him a letter just stating their disgust with the situation, their disgust with the administration, and their disgust almost in their degree, because they felt that it was devalued. After that, we decided that since it was summertime and many people were leaving, but we wanted to keep pressure on the university, so we met with a local activist in Chicago by the name of Akeel Bilgrami, and she suggested to us that we work in an educational component to our work. And so was born University Without Walls, which is basically works under the premise is if DePaul is not going to teach us, we must teach ourselves. It's been growing. It's been growing every week, and its student, faculty members come, community members come as well. And I said it's grown every week, and actually Professor Larudee came and spoke, and her presentation was actually the gold standard, or has become the gold standard for presentations. But it's important to continue this just to put pressure on the university. Also at that point, we asked Akeel Bilgrami about the proper way to fast. And myself, along with about 7 or 8 other students, fasted for 8 days. We were extremely transparent in all of our plans. So when the university, the day before the fast, called me into the Dean of Students' office, in which he used the word and accused us of using groupthink, and basically said that we were trying to manipulate and pressure other students into doing harm to themselves. He also pointed out that if anyone were to die, it would be our fault. I said, this is very early on in my activist career. Nonetheless, after the fast, we continued on with University Without Walls, up until the point of around the week before classes were to start, DePaul canceled our classes. I was actually enrolled in one of Professor Finkelstein's classes, ironically entitled Freedom and Empowerment. I figure. But I'll say this, the university did it in an extremely cowardly manner. They told us that the classes were canceled and that they would find us a suitable replacement. But when I called and asked the assistant dean, I said, there is no suitable replacement for classes with Professor Finkelstein, unless if it's a class taught by Professor Finkelstein. He didn't really agree, and that was the end of that. So next came the convocation, which, if you're not familiar with that, I would summarize it as faculty get to put on gowns and get to march around campus into the church. We decided that we wanted to have a silent protest there, so we had shirts that said, "We are all Professor Finkelstein." During the march, we expected probably 10, 15, 20 students to show up. In actuality, there was about 55, 60 people that showed up because of different organizations throughout the city. And we were very, very grateful to them. I must say, during the march, I marched next to Dean Suchar. And he acted like the victim, and of course, and he motioned over for security officers to come because he was scared. And the security officer walked right in front of me. I didn't like this very much, so I was kicking her in the back of the foot until she finally moved out of the way. I will say this, probably my favorite moment of the convocation, and it's overlooked. I think it was overlooked by a few people, but during the convocation, they announced the people who received tenure. And right after the letter K, Professor Larudee stood up, like she should have, and though her name was not called, she stood up as if she had gotten tenure. I said, like she should have. I said, not very many people took note except the administration. I'll say this. We are now an official student group at DePaul, and we still meet every Wednesday to have an open forum that is open to everyone. As a group, we're growing and finding our purpose on campus. Originally, we were thinking about the different actions and what we could do to continue on this movement after this conference. And we were looking at different conferences that were available, and the only other conference available was something put on by David Horowitz with the special keynote speaker of Rick Santorum. This interested none of us. So in February, we are hosting another conference on academic freedom at DePaul. And we are also still fighting to help get Professor Larudee tenure. And we cannot do this alone. And we need support. And with this, it's vital to identify issues that are of a concern to students. But this is hard as a student when the university removes professors that challenge the norms and refuse appeasement. So just quickly, I wanted to point out a few things. I must say that if we, as students or faculty or whoever, allow this fear to speaking up and speaking out and saying what you want to say, if we allow this fear to remain unopposed, then we run the risk of having a self-censoring faculty who are not publishing and not saying what they believe. Usually junior faculty cannot publish enough in a year or two leading up to their tenure review. But it is no secret that at DePaul, these professors are censoring themselves. What kind of environment is this? And I must say, during our fast, we had a faculty member come up to us, and I think it summed up so much of what we are doing. And he said with a sense of desperation almost, and says, after seeing what they did to Mehrene, we all have to worry. The fear is rising. Saying the statement, the fear is rising, on any college campus should absolutely, absolutely be unacceptable. Now, in terms of the class cancellation, this was something the administration was actually threatening all summer. And if this was something they were trying to intimidate Professor Finkelstein with, I must ask the question, when was the concern of the student brought into the equation? We as students, coupled with the professors, are the core of any university. So the thought and well-being of the students in this situation not only was rarely brought up, but we as students were forgotten about. And I find this one of the saddest aspects of the situation, and maybe it was already the case and was just not shown or proven, but DePaul has effectively said, the students do not matter, we ride roughshod over everyone. And I understand that's quite a statement, and unfortunately the administration has proven it time and time again through their actions. At a faculty meeting in July, the question arose about the negative effects of Norman Finkelstein and his tenure denial. The board said, in their words, not mine, it is not a serious issue and unlikely to impact our enrollments since we turned away a number of potential students last year. The concern of the meeting was not right or wrong, just or unjust, but rather a matter of revenue. They see it as a matter of money. And if there's attrition, the school figures it can just admit more students who previously were not good enough. So the school effectively fires 2 of its top professors, and to make up for it, allows students who were below par to enter the school. The administration is willing to ruin the school from both ends. There is no devotion to education, only to the increase of wealth. My last point that I just want to say, like it or not, the academy has moved away from the principle of education. Instead, education is becoming consumerized and has transformed into the idea of consumption-based learning. With this, the idea of money has been put before the idea of education, and the institution is open to the idea of outside influence as long as it means more money. It is no longer a matter of just the professor getting paid, but rather the entire bureaucratic element must get their share. It's a machine whose sole concern is about running, not about the individual components. The biggest problem with this way is that the students and the professors are viewed. They are viewed as a part, not as the decisive component. The modern academy has become a rational institution, and unfortunately, education is not rational. Within the rational institution, every part, every component is viewed as replaceable. And with that, Norman Finkelstein and Mehrene Larudee are viewed as replaceable. And I just want to say this. Let me tell you that Norman Finkelstein is not replaceable. Mehrene Larudee is not replaceable. And, honestly, I think it's time to be accountable. I want the writers of the Minority Report and those who solicited outside help to come to me, look at me face to face and say, they are replaceable. I want all those faculty and administration who ran in fear to say, they are replaceable. I want Dean Suchar, Provost Epp, Father Holtschneider to tell me they are replaceable. They haven't and they won't because no one can hold them accountable for their shamelessness. These cowards are the people who DePaul wants, the people who want nothing but appeasement and are willing to stamp out controversy for the betterment of this appeasement. Now, please don't get me wrong, and I'm not trying to bring down DePaul. No, I think the idea of my institution is larger than any of the people that are content on ruining it. I want to see a DePaul that does great things and is harboring to free speech and not bound by money and those out for their own personal gain. That kind of DePaul is possible, and it's possible by continuing to dissent what it has become. I would like to thank everybody that has come out here today. I think this is absolutely, truly a remarkable event. And I have one last thing to say. About a month ago, we were contacted by a professor from Harvard who was doing a study on the amount of perceived freedom within the academy. And during the interview, he had asked us who had helped us out the most. And without hesitation, we said that it was our friends here at the University of Chicago, because without them, this conference would absolutely not be possible. So Suvik and Matt, without you two, we would not be standing here today. So thank you very much, and thank you for everyone coming out.
We're coming to dinner. No, I'm going to go home.
We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Those are the words of a song that Sweet Honey in the Rock performed here on this stage the last time I was in this chapel. What does it mean to believe in freedom so much that we cannot rest until it comes, to lose sleep over it, to let it infuse every day of our lives with urgency? Who are those who will take up the torch of academic freedom? What is it that makes us care that much about it? I think those of us who care most about academic freedom, those who are most likely to get mobilized to take action around it, are those who believe there is some specific truth that we're afraid is going to be smothered and suppressed and snuffed out. We know what truth that is. It's been talked a lot about today. But most often it is some kind of truth about profound injustice that needs to be rectified. So many of us are here out of a deep conviction that if the truth about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is suppressed, the world is lost, that there will never be peace or justice in Israel and Palestine until it's possible to have an open public debate about Israeli government policies and actions and the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. So we're active in defending academic freedom because we care about a particular truth. Now, we do recognize that if we only defend the academic freedom of those with whom we agree, it may no longer be there when we need it ourselves. We do say with Voltaire, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. There's also a very strong argument for academic freedom, which is just that it gives us a chance to know the truth. The truth is an elusive beast. Most of what we think we know, we didn't experience directly. We heard it from other people. We read about it. Some of those other people read about it, again, from someone else. We rely on other people's accounts. We hope these accounts are honest and faithful to what really happened. We compare evidence, we criticize, we synthesize, but fundamentally, we rely on the truthfulness of others. If the facts on which we base our views are false, we understand nothing. Garbage in, garbage out. So the worst danger is systematic attempts to distort or suppress the truth. The appropriate response to free speech is more free speech. If what we see instead is suppression of speech, attempts to prevent speakers from talking on campus, attempts to shut people up, then we should not only raise the alarm, but we should study this phenomenon. We should find out who are the people who are suppressing this free speech. We should not just call them the Israel lobby. We should find out what are the organizations, who are the people in those organizations, how many people do they represent, who funds them. That information is available. A lot of it is on the web. We need to enlighten ourselves about it. We need to shine a light on their activities. Is academic freedom alive on American campuses? Yes and no. I mean, the idea is there, but sometimes it seems to be not so much a torch like on the logo outside in the lobby, but it seems to be more of a flickering candle. If I think about the most important things I have read in my life, honestly, most of them were not written by faculty. On the contrary, it has been investigative reporters like Seymour Hersh, whistleblowers like Daniel Ellsberg, who gave us the Pentagon Papers, idealistic NGOs like Global Witness, which brought blood diamonds to the world's attention. Those are the ones who have most enlightened us. There are people like those who are speaking today who are very important and have taught us a lot of things. I'm just saying that there are many pressures in academic life to conform. It's not just the tenure process. Expressing views too distant from mainstream views means it's harder to publish, it's harder to get access to opportunities that lead to advancement, and opportunities that lead to more opportunities. My field is economics. It's certainly true in that field. Nevertheless, the university is an important place. But we could do much more in the university. There's far more room for active public debate. To some extent, listening to the previous speakers, I think that an institution like Harvard or Columbia or NYU, at least in theory, with rather large endowments, may be more resistant or potentially more resistant to outside pressure. But I think smaller universities with much smaller endowments may be less resistant to that pressure. Even where we have the formal right to academic freedom, as at DePaul, where it's written into the faculty handbook, we don't fully realize its benefits if we don't have both the motive and the means to stand up and actively defend it. To me, this means we need to go out of our way to get public debate going about the issues of our day. Now, we do have, a number of controversial speakers at DePaul, but not enough, really, not enough debate. There's a newspaper, there's a student newspaper at DePaul, but it's not people don't read it. It's not a means for generating public debate there. And then there's this pall of fear that descended upon us after 9/11. It has to be lifted. We have to lift it. And so as faculty, we should be setting more of an example to students of open public discussion of important issues. Recently at DePaul, I really think it has been the other way around, as Evan made pretty clear. Students are setting an example for us, and I thank them for it from the bottom of my heart. Let me say a few words about my own case and then what I really wanted to say here today is, what have I learned from my experience at DePaul about why we defend academic freedom and how we defend academic freedom? But let me give you a few facts about the case first and about the leadership that did emerge to some extent. I came to the International Studies program at DePaul in fall 2004 with 3 years of credit toward tenure. I applied for tenure in fall 2006. I was supported unanimously by my program, unanimously by the college personnel committee, and the dean wrote a strong letter supporting my tenure. There was really nothing at all to indicate that there might be any problem at the next step. The University Board on Promotion and Tenure, which is the next step in the process, made its decision on May 11th not to recommend tenure for me. But I was not told about it until June 8th, almost a month later. A week after the decision was made, in about mid-May, the director of our program asked the administration what the decision had been and what the vote had been on the university board. He was denied this information, although the faculty handbook specifically mandates that he be given it and that he give it to me. On June 8th, both Norman and I got our letters denying tenure. In my case, everyone I talked to among the faculty was flabbergasted by the decision. The letter gave me hardly any explanation at all, a few words, vague, uninformative. So I met with the provost and his assistant to ask what happened. Why did they deny me tenure? What criteria did the board use? How did it apply them? I asked a lot of questions, and I got basically no answers at all, except a few details about the procedure that the board followed, but nothing about criteria, nothing about the reasons for the decision. I initiated a grievance to get some documents to which I believe the faculty handbook entitles me, documents that have been generated in the university board discussions. I asked members of the university board by email individually to help me get an explanation of what fault they found in the departmental and college reports. So far, I have found out absolutely nothing. Nothing of substance about why I was denied tenure, and I have still not gotten hold of any of the documents. What does the university have to hide? This whole thing strongly suggests that this is all a pretext and that the real reason for denying me tenure was something else. If so, what was it? Was it my friendship and support for Norman? Was it what I said in a public event in which I asked Benny Morris critical questions about Israeli government policies? Was it some kind of prejudice against me on the part of the university board members? By all accounts, it's extremely rare that a candidate unanimously supported at both the department and college levels and by the dean is denied tenure. It's really extraordinary to do so without any sensible explanation, especially when another candidate, and that's Norman himself, who was denied tenure, was given a lengthy explanation. So what happened to Norman and what happened to me caused many faculty to suspect that something strange and disturbing was going on. Really, up until June 8th, many faculty didn't think about it that way. You know, they knew that the dean had written a critical letter about Norman, but they sort of said to themselves, well, you know, the system works. The dean doesn't normally write a critical letter when the college personnel committee endorses a candidate, and so it's not going to be taken seriously at the higher levels. We'll just wait and see. And people waited and saw, and then they were surprised. So a few days after the tenure denials, in mid-June, close to 100 faculty showed up at meetings on each of 2 successive days. On June 13th, the university-wide faculty council met and after intense discussion passed a resolution that the appeal procedure in the faculty handbook was indeed available to challenge denial of tenure. This was a position that was contrary to what the provost was saying at that meeting. The next day, on June 14th, the faculty of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences had a special meeting. After some extraordinary revelations and some impassioned speeches, that group unanimously resolved to establish a task force to investigate both of the tenure denial cases, Norman's and mine. That task force, called the Academic Freedom Task Force, began meeting in early August. I was going to say it's on the point of issuing its report. Actually, the report is being released to a password-protected website available to the DePaul community. At this point, it's not being publicly released. And actually, I believe it was posted at 5 o'clock today. I filed a detailed appeal about a week ago. The review board that was appointed to hear my case has begun to consider it. I met with them yesterday. I did all this even though the president has said early in September and has not contradicted it since that he doesn't regard the appeal process as having any provision for actually reversing the denial of tenure. There are some questions about the fairness of the process, which I won't get into here. And there's also, of course, the question whether even if it should decide in my favor, the administration will follow its recommendation. Naturally, I'm looking into other avenues for redress. I think I've learned a few things from this whole episode. Some of them are things I sort of knew before, but I know them better now. First of all, and I kind of hate to say this, but I was astonished to find that most people, including quite a lot of faculty, will listen to rumors, believe them, and pass them on without ever checking the facts. There are very few people who really consistently insist on getting the truth, who constantly ask questions, who exercise independent judgment. I have to say that among all the people I know, Norman Finkelstein is the most remarkably consistent in his pursuit of the truth. And I'm quite sure that's among the reasons that his students love his teaching. I'm just going to give you one example. I hope this is okay. I remember one particularly scurrilous letter written by one of his constant critics, making all sorts of false charges against him. And I remember someone saying to him, "Norman, look at this thing. It's nothing but a pack of lies. Not a word of it is true." And he said, "No, actually, there are a few things in it that are true." I don't know one person in 1,000 who would respond that way. I don't know one person in 1,000 who would read the words of his enemies so carefully and be willing to acknowledge elements of truth in what they say. So the first thing is, it's important to keep people grounded in facts, and it's important for everybody to challenge, to ask for the facts and not just assume that what people tell you is true. Second, as we well know, especially from the whole Guantanamo situation, it's not enough to have legal rights, just as such as the right to academic freedom. We have to have a way to defend those rights. I'm talking about written guarantees of a fair appeal process to challenge violation of academic freedom, but even that is not enough without an organized faculty that puts those rights front and center. This is something that the American Association of University Professors has been insisting on. Honestly, I don't feel strongly about, appeal procedures, have their value, and it's important to have strong, good appeal procedures. If you only have an appeal procedure that isn't strong and good, it's not necessarily that much of an advantage. Just organizing and setting up your own task force and raising hell is, maybe a better way to go. Third, leadership matters. People who are willing to take a stand and speak out and overcome fear and face danger and challenge authority, and to do so in a way that brings along as many supporters as possible, that's all too rare. People like that deserve our respect, our love, our support, and our constant appreciation. But we should not only support them, we should imitate them. I cannot begin to say how much I appreciate those who have stood up for academic freedom at DePaul. I'm not going to say their names today, but they know who they are. And among them, of course, are the wonderful students of the Academic Freedom Committee who have been, frankly, much better organized, articulate, and effective than the faculty. I dare to hope that with our future in their hands, the world may actually become a better place. Among these also are the Academic Freedom Task Force that I mentioned in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, who devoted a substantial part of their summer to investigating Norman's case and mine. Among them are also the members of the sociology department who wrote a letter to the provost and who said to the provost, Norman Finkelstein has resigned, but the problem is still there. What are we going to do about this climate of fear and uncertainty? How are you going to resolve that? And the provost went and talked to them, and apparently they're still not satisfied. I also learned that administrators are extraordinarily sensitive about a university's reputation, especially among alumni and parents, but also in the broader academic community and the community at large. Perhaps that's why the president of the University of St. Thomas has just decided to invite Desmond Tutu to speak there after initially vetoing the invitation. Or perhaps it was the pressure from the university's own law school faculty that did it. In any case, Father Dees should be congratulated for having the intelligence and good sense to make the right decision in the end. I think it's fair to say that the faculty at DePaul are not happy with the current situation. They're not sure what rights they have. They're not sure the rights that they do have can be effectively defended. This issue is far from over. There is, as one of the questioners said a little while ago, there is a certain atmosphere of fear, caution, timidity, uncertainty. And that's going to continue until some definite resolution is found. I have been told, by the way, that the president has appointed an academic freedom task force or something. I haven't heard the details yet, and I don't know who's on it, except for one person who told me about it. The terrible thing about fear is that unless we confront it, it burdens us forever. We confront it by doing the thing of which we are afraid. If I'm afraid to stand up and speak before a large crowd, I have to do it to lose my fear. If I'm afraid to hold a discussion of some sensitive topic in class, I have to do it, or I will be afraid to do it forever. If I'm afraid to defend someone who is being unjustly attacked because the attack may then be turned against me, I have to defend that person. We lose our freedoms if we do not use them. And so we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mehrene. Now, the next speaker, before I call on him to speak, it's just worth pointing out something which is not often realized by people in this country. That inside Israel itself, there is quite a vigorous dissenting culture. And I have often said to journalists from the New York Times and Washington Post and other such newspapers that if you're too scared to say anything yourself, why don't you occasionally just translate articles being published in Haaretz? And allow your readers to read what certain courageous Israeli journalists are writing about what their country is doing, and who knows, a few of your own journalists might pick up and learn a few tricks from them. Now, this is never done. This is never done. And also, within the Israeli Academy, there are lots of dissenting voices. And many of these voices are heard. Discussions take place. I'm not saying that they represent the majority. That would be indeed rather strange given the circumstances of that country. But there is a dissenting culture which puts the culture in this country to shame. I have to say that quite seriously, which is why it is a very special pleasure to welcome Neve Gordon from Ben-Guiron University in Israel to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Suvik, Victor, Evan, and the Students for Academic Freedom for organizing this. I don't have as much experience at universities as the former panel, but I think it's very rare that students will spend so much time for fighting for an issue, and particularly for two professors, and I think it also says a lot about these two professors. Norman Finkelstein and Mehrene Larudee. I would like to begin today with an email I received.
Could you speak into the mic?
I would like to begin today with an email I received a few weeks ago from an acquaintance at my university's Department of Public Relations. It said, "Neve, how can I reach you?" And so I typed my phone number at the University of Michigan, where I'm currently a visiting professor this year, and hit the reply button, and sure enough, about an hour later, I receive a call, actually a conference call from New York. This acquaintance asks, "How are you? How's Ann Arbor? How's your class going?" And I'm thinking, what is this conversation about, you know? She's not my friend, and so forth. And then she suddenly, in the middle, after I start explaining about the courses I'm teaching in my child's kindergarten and so forth, she says, "Neve, you know, what you've done in the past really does not compare to what you're going to do." And I'm thinking, what have I done in the past? Then I'm thinking, what does she know that I don't know? And then she says, "How could you sit by those people at the same panel?" By which she meant Norman Finkelstein, Mehrene, Tony Judt, John, and so forth. And I have these gut reactions. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off, and I just immediately responded, and I said, "If you're insinuating that I shouldn't participate on this panel, you're totally out of line." And then there was a silence on the other side of the line. But basically, the parameters of the discussions were set, and we continued to have a discussion for about 45 minutes, about which she told me about some of the problems the public relations is having, about pressure the university donors are getting about following talks and events like these. And then she said, would you mind sharing what are you going to talk about in this conference? And I said, I'd be happy to share because actually I like my university a lot and I do realize that she has a job to do and I'm out there to help her. And so she said, so what are you going to talk about? So I said, I'm going to argue that if Norman Finkelstein had a tenure-track position at Ben-Guiron University, he would have received tenure. And then she said, do you think that will help? And I said, well, you know, I'm an academic, and as an academic, I see my role, and this connects to what Marine Larudee said, I see my role as the search for truth. That's what academics are supposed to do. And I just hope that ultimately at one point this search will help. But I can't promise that the conference here and the talks here and so forth are going to help you in the immediate future. All of which brings me to the topic of my talk. And my talk is the hypothesis that I'd like to make that had Norman Finkelstein had a tenure-track position at Ben-Guiron University, Israel, he would have received tenure. And I want to emphasize that I'm using Finkelstein here both as an embodied person, but also as a symbol for other academics, people like Marine Larudee from DePaul and Nadia Abu El-Hajj from Barnard, but also cases most of you haven't heard about, that, and there's a lot of them out there that don't get this public attention. So there was a case of the senior full professor Juan Cole from University of Michigan, where the Department of History voted unanimously to give him a endowed chair or a full professorship at Yale, and the administration overturned that decision. So there's several cases that are going on right now, and I think Finkelstein is a symbol of those cases. And what I'd like to argue now, and this basically in many ways relates to the way Tariq Ali introduced me, is that there's a great irony going on confronting the academic freedom at American universities. As most people know, the academic witch hunt is directed against scholars who either criticize Israel policy in the occupied territories or Lebanon, or U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. The irony is that Israeli scholars have much more freedom to discuss these issues than their counterparts in the United States or in Arab countries. Here I want to focus on 4 intricately tied processes that have led to the curtailment of academic freedom. The fact that we're experiencing the full impact of these processes now rather than a decade ago has to do with 9/11 and the changing power dynamics following these horrific terrorist events. The 4 processes I'm referring to are: 1, the increased intervention of the so-called pro-Israel lobby. I call it so-called because I don't think it's really pro-Israel. 2, the remaking of the university as a corporation. 3, the ascendancy of administrative rule within universities. And 4, the abdication of academic responsibility by university administrators and faculty. So as to substantiate my claim that Finkelstein would have received tenure at BGU, in what follows I offer a thumbnail sketch of how these 4 processes interact and how they have created a situation whereby there is less academic freedom in the United States than there is in Israel. External attempts to influence universities, as we all know, come in many forms and have numerous objectives. While I will briefly discuss the pro-Israel lobby, please keep in mind that several other interest groups are working just as hard to suppress academic freedom. Moreover, one does not have to agree with Stephen Walt and John Mearsheimer's conclusions regarding the extent of the influence of the Jewish lobby to realize that certain elements within the so-called Israel lobby have in the past years tried to influence academic decisions regarding the hiring, tenure, and promotion of faculty members. My university was flooded with letters when I came up for tenure several years ago, and although I work in Israel, the letters demanding my dismissal all came from the U.S. Think about it for a moment. People all the way from California and New York were writing letters to Israel, to the president and provost of my university, asking them to fire me because I'm not patriotic enough, because I'm a traitor. One letter, typical of the genre, was written by the president of to the president of my university by Morton Klein, the head of the Zionist Organization of America. The letter, it's a 6-page letter. It concludes, "We intend to make our members, many whom are supporters of Ben-Guiron University, aware of Neve Gordon's activities and of his position on the faculty at your university. We urge you to withdraw your support for Dr. Gordon." Along similar lines, during my 8 years at BGU, the only formal complaint by students about my political views came from an overseas student from the United States who was spending a semester in Israel. The student took notes in a class I was teaching and sent them to those leading the smear campaign against me, hoping that they would use it as ammunition. Student qua spy is not an American invention, but it is a phenomena that has for the past several years been encouraged by Campus Watch as well as several other associations. As this was happening, I received a note from a chemistry professor at my university whom I'd never met or even heard of. The professor wrote that he sat on the university's highest appointment committee and that he wanted to let me know that there was a considerable amount of external pressure to have me fired. He added that he and other professors on the committee would not let this influence them. As it turned out, a few months later, I received tenure. My personal story is telling not so much because it reveals how elements within the so-called pro-Israel lobby work to curtail academic freedom. This is by now common knowledge, but because the attempt to have me dismissed failed. Why, we need to ask ourselves, are certain strategies more likely to achieve their goals in the United States than they are in Israel? The first and probably most important reason involves the remaking of the university as a corporation. The notion of a university as a corporation refers to many processes, most of which I cannot touch upon here. Perhaps the most important change is that the university no longer conceives itself as an institution whose primary goal are to reveal truth, which, as Socrates teaches us, are part of the common rather than the private heritage, and to educate young adults for good citizenship. Rather, the university conceives itself as an institution that sells products. Most obviously, students sell degrees to the student body, but this is merely the tip of the iceberg, since the remaking of universities as corporation is also intricately linked to the low rate of unionization of faculty, staff, and graduates across the country, as well as to the larger place allotted to professional programs at the expense of humanities and theoretical sciences. Moreover, it means that faculty members themselves are conceived both as producers and as products. As producers, they are expected to come up with inventions and patents that can be sold to corporations, as well as to literally produce research funds and citations, which has a pseudo-market value since they help determine the university's rankings. Simultaneously, faculty focus on education is becoming less and less important. As products, faculty members are conceived as something whose price should be determined according to the market value. That is why most faculty members in the U.S. who want to receive a substantial salary raise at their own university have to go on the job market and must first be offered a position in another university. Only then is their university likely to acknowledge their value and give them a raise. In Israel, by contrast, all faculty members in public university are unionized, and their salaries are determined according to rank and a series of relatively objective academic criteria. Professors in law schools, MBA programs, and medical schools earn the same as their colleagues in literature and philosophy. These two simple differences, unionization and standardized salaries, have a major impact on how we think about faculty members. In the U.S., much more so than in Israel, faculty are regarded as sellable products, and their value is determined according to a corporate calculus, more than an academic one. In more concrete terms, Finkelstein was considered a product, one that became a liability rather than an asset to the corporation. Therefore, he was sacked. The remaking of the university as a corporation has also altered the pervasive notion of university accountability. Those at the helm of American universities are currently more accountable to the Board of Trustees and the university's shareholders, namely major donors, and the university's customers, namely students' parents and viewers of athletic events. They are more accountable to these than to the university's constituency, namely the faculty and the students. University presidents, provosts, and deans behave more and more like corporate executives, namely people who are not really invested in intellectual achievements, which they often cannot even begin to recognize. They also are not invested in democratic processes. This fact became evident in both the Larudee and Finkelstein case. Finally, the remaking of the university as a corporation has played a key role in the destruction of faculty governance and the ascendancy of administrative rule, processes that have also helped engender faculty complicity with the university's corporate goals. Again, a brief comparison with Ben-Guiron University, where faculty governance still means something, can be revealing. I do not want to unduly romanticize Israeli universities, some of which have over the past 3 years been Americanized. Yet at BGU, faculty members not only elect the chair of their department, but also the deans and provosts. This is unheard of in the United States, where only department chairs are elected, and even they have to be approved by the administration. The election or lack thereof of academic leaders is an extremely important issue, which I cannot really delve into here. I will only say that deans and provosts help determine the direction of higher education, and the fact that they are expected to answer to administrators and donors and are becoming less accountable to the faculty is extremely dangerous. More specifically, I'm not sure whether Dean Susher or Chuck Susher would have overturned the decision of the promotion committee if he had felt accountable first and foremost to DePaul's faculty and to the requirements of academic excellence. University governance is also linked to a variety of governing institutions. One such institution is the Faculty Senate or Council, which in most universities in the United States have become all but powerless, creating a situation where many universities in this country are ruled without basic checks and balances. While Israeli universities are currently undergoing drastic changes and will soon be similar to universities in this country, at Ben-Guiron the Faculty Senate still holds some clout. With respect to academic issues, for example, both the provost and president still have to answer to the Senate. The lack of meaningful governing institutions, as well as a robust system of checks and balances, has far-reaching implications. Here I will only say that the absence of an internal academic power base renders the administrative leadership more susceptible to external pressure. And this is probably the central reason why certain elements within the pro-Israel lobby have been successful in curtailing academic freedom in the United States. But not everything is structural. There is also the issue of personal responsibility. University presidents, provosts, and faculty members. The last page of my is missing, so I'll just say it. University presidents, provosts, deans, and faculty members are also responsible for what is being done in the universities. And I want to emphasize one point, and that is that also their silence, and not also only what they do, is very important. So we have, when a certain person, when Alan Dershowitz goes out and calls Norman Finkelstein a neo-Nazi, or suggests that he's a neo-Nazi, and the president of DePaul doesn't go out and say, this is unacceptable, he is being disgraceful. What we have to think about, ultimately, to sum this up, is that there has to be a process now of basically, or let's put it this way, there's always going to be external influences on universities. There's always going to be faculty and administrators that are complicit with this external influence. The question is, what can we do inside the university to not let those attempts actually work? And therefore, it's in a way kind of easier for us to come and say, oh, the Israel lobby is to blame. Yes, the Israel lobby is a really bad organization. But we also have responsibility, and our responsibility is internally. It's to take back the universities into our own hands, change the governance in the university so that the administrators are accountable to us. And only then will we be able to stop the external influence. So basically, I think that what can be said is that we have also failed them. Not only the Israel lobby, we have failed them because for years we've watched by how the administration takes over, how the university becomes more and more of a corporation, and we've not stood up and said enough.
Thank you for having me, and I thank all the panelists this afternoon and now for all the kind words. I want to speak on a topic that actually addresses what I take to be a legitimate, if not criticism, at any rate a legitimate question that was raised by Professor Mearsheimer this afternoon, namely the place of civility in academic life. And it would be disingenuous were I to claim that that's a reasonable question. It is a reasonable question, and certainly I've been the object of criticism by my enemies, but also by my friends and comrades on my lack of civility. and I want to try to deal with it in a serious and, as time allows, a systematic fashion. Basically, this notion of academic freedom has, since its inception, included two components. The first part of academic freedom, just allow me to adjust the light here, thank you. The first aspect of academic freedom is professional autonomy, and that basically means that your peers, your colleagues, your fellow professors are the best judges of whether or not you're a competent professor, just as a doctor's guild is the best judge of who's a competent doctor, lawyer, and so forth. They may not be the perfect judges, but as against others, they're the best available judge. And that basically is designed, that element of academic freedom is designed to preempt outside interference in academic life by political forces, economic forces, religious forces, depending on the occasion. The second aspect of academic freedom is the one better known, or usually the banner under which it flies, namely the issue of liberty of speech. And there are two aspects of that. There's the internal aspect of liberty of speech, which basically means, for anybody who's read his or her Mill, and my students better have at this point, it means that in the search for truth, a fundamental prerequisite is liberty of inquiry. That's one aspect of the liberty of speech. And then there's a second aspect, which basically is that outside the university, outside the classroom, you should be free to speak your mind like any other citizen in our society. Now, that's the good side of the liberty of speech when it comes to academic freedom. But for those of us who function in the real world, we know that there's also there are real constraints in academic and freedom when it comes to liberty when it comes to academic freedom. The first constraint is, if you're in a department, you're free to say what you want to say, so long as they approve your dissertation, and so long as your contract is renewed. And for those who function in the real world of academic life, that can pose very real constraints on your liberty of speech within the university. And then there's a second, more problematic area, namely, if you carry on in a fashion which is so egregious, so uncivil in public life, it may be grounds for denying you a place in the academic world. And it's that second kind of constraint that I want to talk about this evening, namely uncivil behavior in public life and how that bears on your standing in the academic world. The example I want to look at is the example of Bertrand Russell. This University of Chicago is not an inappropriate place to raise his example. When he first came to the United States in 1938, his first appointment was at the University of Chicago, and he had a very positive experience here. At any rate, teaching. In his autobiography, he writes, "Apart from teaching, the time in Chicago was disagreeable, the town is beastly, and the weather was vile." And when he got his next appointment at UCLA, he said, "After the bleak hideousness of Chicago, which was still in the grip of winter, it was delightful to arrive in the California spring." Many of my students know I often quote that line to prove that great minds think alike. In any case, after leaving UCLA, Professor Bertrand Russell was awarded an appointment in the philosophy department at the City University of New York. And the administration was quite thrilled. They called it the educational coup of the year. Russell was, to the first half of the 20th century, more or less, you can say, what Professor Chomsky is in the second half in terms of his scientific as well as his social contributions. Well, the appointment was granted, and then elements of the Catholic Church orchestrated a public hysteria due to his heretical views on religion and morality. A suit was filed against the city of New York to block Russell's appointment, and he was accused of being, and now I'm quoting from the suit, lecherous, libidinous, lustful, venerous, erotomaniac, aphrodisiac, irreverent, narrow-minded, untruthful, and bereft of moral fiber. He had written what was, for his time, very unorthodox books on the question of sex, marriage, and religion. Despite an outpouring of support from his students and from the leading lights of academia and the liberal public, the judge ruled against Russell, and he was denied his position. And the judge ruled as follows: this appointment, meaning Russell's, affects the public health, safety, and morals of the community, and it is the duty of the court to act. Academic freedom does not mean academic license. It is the freedom to do good and not to teach evil. Academic freedom cannot authorize a teacher to teach that murder or treason are good. Well, in the face of the attacks against Russell, there were basically two lines of defense taken by his supporters. Some of them, like John Dewey, vehemently denied all of the accusations that were leveled against Russell. He claimed that Russell's writings had been distorted and misrepresented by the court, and he further claimed that Russell was a very civil person. And then there was a second line of defense, different from the first. It said Russell was hired to teach mathematics, logic, and the philosophy of science. And what he says and does in the public arena is totally irrelevant to what goes on in his classroom. Well, each of these defenses had their problems. An honest look at Russell's writings, his social writings, which I've read, and juxtaposing them next to what the judge cited, shows, in fact, Russell was guilty of many of the accusations leveled against him. His views were very unorthodox, and in fact, you could say, for his time, his views were outrageous. So that defense, although honorable, was, in my opinion, not entirely honest. Russell, I think, took the higher ground. In his own defense, he said, I claim two things: that appointments to academic posts should be made by people with some competence to judge a man's technical qualifications, the professional autonomy. And then the second defense was, 2, in extra professional hours outside the university, a teacher should be free to express his opinions, whatever they may be. He didn't entirely deny that the rendering of his opinions was altogether false. And in the famous letter to the New York Times, which did not support Russell, he wrote, "In a democracy, it is necessary that people should learn to endure having their sentiments outraged." But honestly, candidly, trying to be realistic, is this the case? I read through a book called The Bertrand Russell Case. It was collected by Dewey and another prominent scholar at the time, Horace Callan. And there were many of these very elevated, stirring, thrilling defenses of academic freedom. But then there was one by a superintendent of schools somewhere in Wichita, Kansas. And to my thinking, what he had to write was the most sensible. His article was entitled, "The Case," meaning the Bertrand Russell case, "as a school administrator sees it, as a dean sees it, as a provost sees it, as a president sees it." And this is what he wrote. I would like to just quote it at length, but you'll see the point. "Should a professor limit himself or be limited? The strongest advocates of academic freedom are likely to answer no. Such absolutism, however, is theoretical. It is not realistic. As a reductio ad absurdum, think of trying to retain on any faculty teachers who openly advocate homosexuality or the assassination of the president. There is always a limit. Of course, nowadays on some faculties, those two are preconditions for getting tenure. And he goes on to say, the teacher who thinks that this limit does not apply to him is not facing reality. The administrator must necessarily take this fact into account in employing and retaining faculty members. He must recognize that neither students nor the public will separate a man's teachings in one field, Russell on philosophy, logic, and science, from his general teachings, his statements in class, from his public pronouncements, his philosophy from his life. He must recognize that, and here I have to say I agree, he must recognize that whether or not it ought to be so, students and public consider that the appointment of a teacher places a stamp of approval on him as a whole. It invests him with a prestige which seems to justify youth, my students, in considering him an example whom it might be well to follow. The teacher must be considered in his entirety. This does not mean he must be a plaster saint, but it means that his assets must clearly outweigh his liabilities. I think, speaking as somebody who's taught at many places over a sustained period of time, I think that's a reasonable statement. And then the question becomes, what are the proper limits of civility? What are those boundaries or limits which any professor has to respect? Let me just emphasize a preliminary point. What I'm about to speak about has nothing whatever to do with what goes on inside the classroom. Inside the classroom, as my students know, I am quite conservative and old-fashioned. It is not a soapbox. It's not a lectern for propagandizing and indoctrinating and towing a party line. And I always like the line by Plato. He says, the object of education is to teach us to love what is beautiful. John Cardinal Newman, he said, the university educates the intellect to reason well in all matters, to reach out toward truth, and to grasp it. And in my mind, that's right. In the classroom, your responsibility is, as a teacher, to stimulate. At a public lecture, it's very different. It's to convince. If I'm invited somewhere to speak, it's because people want to hear my point of view. But that's not why students take my class. And that's my responsibility, is to respect that limit. So what I'm about to say now bears strictly on the public realm, because at any rate, in my personal case, the issue of my conduct in the classroom never arose. First of all, there are many statements which have the appearance of incivility, but are factually accurate. My very close friend and comrade, I like that word still, Alan Nairn, a brilliant investigative reporter, he was on Charlie Rose one night with Elliot Abrams. And he said to Elliot Abrams that you're a war criminal. And you deserve to be charged under Nuremberg statutes. He was referring to Elliot Abrams's presiding over the mass slaughters in Central America in the 1980s and the genocide in Guatemala. Now, that's a factual statement, whether or not under the Nuremberg statutes you would be guilty of war crimes. That is not an ad hominem. If Milosevic had said at his trial that I oppose ad hominems because you're calling me a war criminal, he would be laughed out of court. Well, he wouldn't get out of court. But that's not an ad hominem attack, and that's not uncivil. It's a factual question. Similarly, if I were to call a professor a plagiarist, a falsifier of documents, a hoaxer, these words are not ad hominem. They define academic crimes and misdemeanors which can be proven true or false. Then there's the category of statements which are uncivil, but the circumstances, in my view, warrant incivility. So, for example, I remember quite vividly during the 1980s, Professor Chomsky wrote a book called Turning the Tide on the U.S. wars in Central America. And the line which every person who read that book remembers, they don't remember all the footnotes and all the facts, but everyone remembers the line when Professor Chomsky called Jean Kirkpatrick, she was the UN representative at the time for the Reagan administration, the chief sadist in residence of the Reagan administration. Well, that was considered very uncivil. But my own experience has been that young people in particular, like myself, who was first reading works by Professor Chomsky, they yearn for persons in authority to speak the unvarnished truth and give expression to the moral indignation warranted by the occasion. There are moments that require breaking out of the constraints of polite discourse to sound the alarm that innocent people are being butchered while we speak due to the actions of our government. Now, these sorts of incivility shouldn't be a substitute for truth, and I don't think anyone would accuse Professor Chomsky of failing to argue his case or footnote it. But such a cry of the heart, a cri de coeur, is also within, in my opinion, the bounds of civil discourse. Thirdly, I've never really understood why polite incivility, the clever put-down, which the British specialize in, and is a staple of academic life, why the polite put-down should be preferred over impolite incivility. I was reading an article by Henry Louis Gates on the whole issue of political correctness and the speech laws on college campuses, the speech codes. And he said, these speech codes are kind of silly because that's not the real problem on college campuses. And he gave two examples, two hypotheticals, of talking to a black student at Stanford. Person A says, Levon, if you find yourself struggling in your classes here, you should realize it isn't your fault. It's simply that you're the beneficiary of a disruptive policy of affirmative action that places underqualified, underprivileged, and often under-talented black students in demanding educational environments like this one. The policy's egalitarian aims may be well-intentioned, but given the fact that aptitude tests show that African Americans don't perform as well, you probably don't belong here, and your college experience will be a long downhill slide. Person B says to the same student, out of my face, Jungle Bunny. And Gates says, surely there is no doubt which statement is likely to be more wounding and alienating. The fact of the matter is, I at any rate see no virtue to polite civility, which as Gates shows can often be more vicious and hurtful, and which in its cleverness and wittiness is often testament to the lack of moral seriousness. Professor Christopher Hitchens used to be very adept at the polite put-down and the polite insult when he was on the left, and now he's equally adept at it when he's on the right, because there's no moral core. It's just a game of words, and I see no virtue in it. Then there is the case, in my opinion, of the ridiculous who are deserving of ridicule. If an academic or a public figure is a charlatan, he or she deserves to be reduced to ridicule. If there's no scholarship but simply theater and windbaggery, and you've demonstrated there's no scholarship but theater and windbaggery, then there's a time-honored tradition for shouting that the emperor is naked. So if Professor Elie Wiesel comes to your university, charges a lecture fee in the tens of thousands of dollars, and the subject of his lecture is that the secret of Auschwitz truth lies in silence. And then he goes on to say, words are a kind of horizontal approach, while silence offers you a vertical approach. You plunge into it. I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask the question, does Elie Wiesel parachute into his lectures? Because this is sheer nonsense. And why shouldn't we say it? Or Phyllis Chesler writes a book on the new anti-Semitism, and she wants to show what a dreadful phenomenon it is. So she writes, there is a thrilling permissibility in the air, the kind of electrically charged and altered reality that acid trippers or epileptics may experience just prior to seizure. Doctored footage of fake Israeli massacres has now entered the imagination of billions of people like pornography. These ideas, one can never be forgotten. It's as if the political equivalent of the AIDS virus has been unleashed into the world. To be a Jew is to live dangerously, on the margins, with an open, circumcised heart. You know, so I think it was perfectly warranted to write, acid trippers, epileptics, pornography, AIDS, circumscribed heart. One begins to wonder whether Chesler's magnum opus, Women and Madness, was autobiographical. Now, some of you may think that those comments were uncivil. But then I have to ask another question, and that's a serious question about the double standard. So August 6, 2000, the New York Times ran a review of my book, The Holocaust Industry. It was a full page in the Times, and the author described me and the book as bizarre, outrageous, paranoid, shrill, strident, indecent, juvenile, self-righteous, arrogant, stupid, smug, fanatic. And that was the first column. On February 7th, 2001, the Süddeutsche Zeitung, a German newspaper, quoted an American professor about me as follows: as concerns particular assertions made by Finkelstein, the appropriate response is not exhilarating debate, but tedious examination of his footnotes. Such an examination reveals that many of those assertions of Finkelstein are pure invention. No facts alleged by Finkelstein should be assumed to be really facts. No quotations in his book should be assumed to be accurate without taking the time to carefully compare his claims with the sources he cites. And then The Observer in 2006 quoted another American professor. The pro-Israel organizations, he said, have lost control of the debate. For a long time, all they had to deal with were people like Norman Finkelstein or Noam Chomsky, who they could dismiss as loonies of the left. Now they're having to face, for want of a better cliche, the mainstream, people like me, who have a fairly long established record of being social democrats, and certainly not on the crazy left, saying very critical things about Israel. Now, the first professor I cited was Omer Bartov, a university chair at Brown University. The second professor I cited, the one who said every word I write is a lie, all invention, just check his footnotes, that was Peter Novick from the University of Chicago. The third professor I cited, who referred to Professor Chomsky and myself as loonies of the left, the crazy left, that was one of the panelists this afternoon, Tony Judd. Now, I think that's legitimate. I don't have a problem with that. You have to be able to take it also. This sort of incivility is, in my view, it's permissible. although it becomes unserious, which is something different, if the ad hominems are not supported by or become a substitute for reasoned argument. Had I simply said that Professor Dershowitz was a plagiarist, falsifier, misrepresenter of evidence, and so forth, without documenting it, I think that would have been a serious violation of my responsibility. That's not what I did. I sat down and wrote a book because I recognized the charges were serious, and I documented them over 300 pages. It's not my fault when I did my homework, as it were, as a professor. He then wrote 160 pages single-spaced, because the correspondence has now come out through FOIA, 160 pages single-spaced correspondence trying to suppress publication of the book. I did my job, and I grant, had I not done that, it would have been irresponsible. Now, Professor Mearsheimer, I'm not sure if he's still here, he does raise the serious question of, does my incivility undermine my effectiveness and my scholarship? I think it's a reasonable question. The only answer I can give is, my model is perhaps not his model. As a young man, for better or for worse, I spent many hours poring over the writings of people like Karl Marx, and whatever you want to say about his views, I don't think anyone serious would deny what he himself said about his Capital. He was quite proud of it. He wrote to Engels that Capital was a triumph of German science and scholarship. But if you open up Capital, this is not written according to University of Chicago style. There isn't a single contemporary of his economist who he's not very uncivil to. In the first few pages, which I was looking over last night, he describes Bastiat as a dwarf economist, Roche as guilty of eclectic professorial twaddle. Ganel, he says, his is a miserable work. He refers to J.B. Say's absurdity and triviality. And I have to say, it's always been painful for me, because I have a very warm spot in my heart for Mill. He's absolutely vicious on John Stuart Mill, in a line which often I just wish were not in Capital. He writes about Mill, on a level plain, simple mounds look like hills, and the insipid flatness of our present bourgeois is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. Well, not the nicest thing to say about John Stuart. One last word. In my view, most of this talk about civility is a red herring. When you consider that our best universities eagerly recruit indubitable war criminals, whether it was Columbia that sought out Kissinger, whether it was Georgetown, which employed Kirkpatrick, or Stanford, which now has Rumsfeld. When you consider that many professors, as Professor Said put it, looking back at the Vietnam War, he said many of these professors were discovered to be working, sometimes secretly and sometimes openly, on such topics as counterinsurgency and lethal research for the State Department, the CIA, or the Pentagon. When you consider that professors in our best universities advocate torture and the automatic destruction of villages after a terrorist attack, when you consider all this, when you consider all this, it becomes clear that the question of civility, whether one treats his or her critics according to Emily Post's rules of etiquette, however real the question is by comparison a meaningless sideshow or just a transparent pretext for denying a person the right to teach on account of his or her unpopular political beliefs. Thank you.
I think we've ended on a very high note. This has been quite an impressive gathering. All of you have sat here since 2 o'clock. It's now 6:15. Some of our panelists have to leave by 6:30. There are lots of books outside, including Norman's books and books by other panelists available. So I think we should thank this panel, thank Norman. And it's very healthy, I think, that we don't all agree with each other. The fact is, John Mearsheimer, Norman Finkelstein don't agree with each other on everything. Tony Judt and other panelists don't agree with each other on everything, but they have understood one important principle, that if events like this carry on happening on the campuses in the United States of America, it is going to adversely affect the functioning of democracy and accountability on any level at all. Everyone here, whatever their disagreements, have understood that and have come together. So my advice to you is, given where we are and what this place is, go forth and multiply.